Catching all the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light in the darkest times? You make it bright, Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, Come on, do what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our last street star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Never leave, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to lose. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. To the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take a hike. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hello, my babies. Happy Wednesday. It is what the F Wednesday because today is just not starting out right. It is May 8th. I almost said April. May 8th, 2024, 9:33 a.m. on the East Coast. And I am Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths. And this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. I want to say a big old hello to everybody in the chat. Suzanne was here bright and early. YouTube ate her first comment, but she was here first. She claimed first spot. How you doing, honey? Happy sunrise. Another one, and another one. Then we got Wolf from Dropping Links. Thank you very much, honey. I appreciate it. He wipes his paws, lopes in, and howls. Ah, ooh. And we got Lass. How you doing, Lass? Happy Wednesday. She wishes grand risings to everybody, as usual, including the lurkers. We always have plenty of those. I'm just making sure that I'm still not muted. My son is so cute. He came out here. I'm like, I'm going live. Like, could you hurry up? Because he's in the kitchen. And he ran back to the room after he was done getting his drink. And my phone is like going off like crazy. I'm like, oh God, what happened? And he just sent me a bunch of texts and I wrote, just want to say your introduction is amazing. I love it. That's all. That's all I wanted to say. I love you. Aw, Castro, what's up, baby? Suzanne's like, I'm in a good mood. I'm smoking. Me too. There you go. Morning Stoke. Aw, he's so cute. That's so funny. It's weird the things that like impress him. So happy Wednesday, Castro. Daisy Girl Williams. She said, happy M, y'all. See y'all in a bit. I don't know if y'all know it, but Daisy is very, very active on YouTube. She's one of those activists that actually makes a difference. Like she's always in like by winning, by me. She goes and she's in Joe's chat. She's, backing up Verrick's I see I can't do names today. Radix Virum. There you go. I knew I I have to slow my mouth down. Like I have to slow my brain and my mouth down to work together. And it's just not happening. Today's been a day. It has been a day, but welcome to everybody who's here. Have a seat, grab some coffee, and just chill out because I was going to do nothing but silly stories today, which I probably still will, but I changed the title and you guys will get to pick. But we're going to bullshit first. Oh my God. See, my coffee just tried to kill me. Y'all know I'm not the type to choke on things when I swallow. And I just did. Oh, it's a first for everything. Anyway. Suzanne said, oh shit, yes, she's everywhere. Everywhere I'm on. Daisy Girl Williams is there. Yep. And she remembers. She remembers things she's seen and heard. And she's like, I got links. And she's just dropping links like crazy. Here, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. I love it. I love it. It's so funny. Because Daisy, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I worry about you. I mean, I worry about most of you because I tend to know your personal business. But I do. I love you guys. And I do worry about you. But Daisy, I do worry about you sometimes. I really do. Because, girl, you have my kind of luck. You have a way of getting embroiled in stuff that everybody's like, that couldn't happen. I'm sitting here going, yeah, I could see it happening. I could totally see it happening. Because here's the thing, like T-Rex, y'all know T-Rex Trucking and More. If you don't, check him out. He drives cross country. He's awesome. He has this thing where he's like, Shelly, you got a story for literally everything. I'm like, I know. I know. But what he doesn't get is, dude, I've lived 50 years on this planet. From the moment I shot out of the vagine, my life has been a WTF moment. All right. If it could happen, it will. Even if you think it can't happen, it will. And as soon as you think you got my number, I will pull something out of my ass and you will be like, oh my God, I didn't know that she was like that. Like, I didn't know she liked that kind of stuff. I didn't know she knew about that. My favorite is when people think I'm dumb because I'll play stupid. I don't do it that well, but apparently I do it convincingly enough for other people to buy it. I love it when they underestimate me and then they start like, talking down to me or whatever. And then I pull out, like, as Marty would say, my $50 words. And he's just, I just enjoy shutting people up with that. They're like, oh my God, you're actually like, you're smart. Yeah. A lot more than you ever gave me credit for. But it's like, no, keep digging your grave. Go ahead. Just keep shovel, shovel, shovel. Every day I'm shoveling. But I love when I love the look on people's faces. I used to do it for the shock value. I mean, I did everything for the shock value. My grandmother used to just look at me and shake her head. And why? Why do you do these things? Because it's funny. She's like, it's funny to you. That's all that matters is that it amuses the shit out of me. That's what matters. Because you know what? I can't control anybody else's sense of humor. The only person that I could, tickle the fancy of is me. I know I can do that. So as long as I keep me smiling, we good. To which she always replied, yes, stay smiling. Because nobody knows what a bitch I can be like my grandmother. That woman, she just look at me and be like, how has nobody come for you yet? I'm like, I don't know. I was good as a kid. And then, I hit my teenage years and I went a little wonky. And then I hit, like, I think 19 was the age where I was like, fuck it. And I just said and did whatever the hell I wanted to. I stopped being scared and I started being like, all right, let's get reckless. Like life is going to keep coming at me no matter what. So I might as well go at it just as hard. Suzanne said, Daisy Girl Williams, I don't worry about her. She's got stuff covered and knows the right peeps. I mean, I know that now, but Daisy was literally one of the very, 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 very first people to ever attend one of my lives. I can literally remember the order of people who showed up. It was the Amphibian, it was Cake or Death, and it was Daisy Girl. And they were all like 4 a.m. streams. It was a 4 a.m. stream because I figured, oh, it's my first stream. Nobody will be live. Nobody will be out there. Yeah, right. As soon as I freaking went live, they're like, oh my God, who are you? And then I was like, ah, shit. I was like, God damn it, I can't even figure out the buttons. Don't bother me. I'm sitting there going, hi. I don't know what to say. Puffer, what's up, Puffer? I'm in a very good mood. Like, I woke up very disoriented, but we'll get there. And then I had a bunch of what the fuck moments. And I sat here and I was like, oh my God, do I even dare to do this? Because y'all are going to have to roll with me. My brain is on turbo mode and my mouth is not. So they're having a hard time keeping up with one another. I'm going to squirrel a whole bunch. Because right now, like, the thought tree in my head looks like, how do you pronounce that damn word? Yezergild or something. I can't remember. Like, the life tree from friggin' Marvel, from the Norse mythology and shit. That's what I feel like. So, morning, Puffer. I don't say that word. Damn it. Hi, Puffer. Happy Wednesday. She said, oh my, I missed the fuck out of you, Shelly. Oh, I missed you guys too. I got to see you though. Like, it was funny. But I got to see you the other day. Where did I run into you? Was it in Darts chat? It might have been in Darts chat. It's pretty awesome. Squirrel the crud at it today. Thank you very much. I will. Cool gamer. Hey, honey. What's up? All right, so what the hell was I talking about before I got distracted? Some bitch. Oh, no, I used to love shocking people. I still love shocking people, but I do it a little less obviously now. The thing is, like, when I was in my 20s, you could tell that I liked shocking factors because all the people I hung out with, the more they shocked other people, the more I liked them. And the more I gravitated toward them. That's how stupid Billy got me. Because I put that boy off for 7 years. He was asking me out 7 years. And I would laugh in his face. No. No. I was so mean. Y'all, you can't imagine what a vicious bitch I was. And I mean, I put him through it. And I got tired of saying no. And Miguel hated him. And I just broke up with Miguel. And I was like, fine. And when he came to pick me up, he had platinum blonde hair. We're talking about a ginger, y'all. A natural ginger. And he showed up to my house with platinum blonde hair. And because he's different, his sister bleached his eyebrows to match. He looked weird. You know the albino dude from the Da Vinci Code? The priest that was like the monk or whatever that was an albino that went around killing everybody? That's kind of what he looked like. I have this thing about, I don't know, I date people who are like murderers in movies. It's weird. And then I'm like, gee, I wonder why the relationship didn't work out. I don't know. Like, I'm very bad. That's why I'm a lot more confident because I did not pick someone based on looks. Let's face it, that's not what I went for. I actually went and got to know the person and then fell for them. But yeah, no, it was always looks. Like, if you think about it, I mean, Katie's dad, Miguel, he was 6'5" at the time. I'm 5'3", y'all. When people saw us walking, they were just like, oh my God, he's so, like, he's humongous. That poor thing. And then they'd spend 2 minutes in our presence and be like, oh my God. Like, they'd look at Miguel and be like, you poor thing. Because I'm 5'3", he's 6'5", and damn it, if I cracked that whip, he would jump. and they knew it. And I was cracking that whip all day, every day. I didn't give a crap. I ruled that relationship. Why? Because he let me. I was like, as soon as I see a chink in that armor, man, if you let me try anything, that's it. Like, you just switch the whole power dynamic. It's not like playful, like, changing like role playing or whatever. It was, oh, you decide. I was like, I don't want to decide. Like, why don't you make a decision? Like, oh no, I don't, because you might not like. All right, whatever. But the day that I showed up, to pick up Vicky and my friend Vicky, and I was sitting in the car, and we were just dating. We were not exclusive. I don't want to hear nobody's mouth. But I was 19, 20? I was 20. Was I 19 or 20? I had just turned 20. And he strolled up to my car window and he was like, what are we doing later? I was like, oh, I don't know. I got no money. I got, no cigarettes. He goes, and 3 hickeys on your neck. And I was like, oh, and y'all, he didn't put them there. So I was like, I was in the car. No internal lights on. Like, there were no interior lights on. It was dark as could be. I'm down the project, so there's no overhead lighting. And I'm sitting in the car with my and I had a lot of long hair. My hair was down, like covering my neck completely. I had on a, decent, I think I had on a polo shirt because I had, it was covered. And I'm waiting for Vicky to hurry the fuck up and get down the stairs. And he comes rolling over. And when he said that, I was like, oh, I was like, how the hell did he see that? And he walks away all upset. And she gets in the car. She's like, what's the matter with him? Because, this is Hoboken. We know each other. We all know each other. And I was like, he saw my hickey. She said, bitch, I didn't even see them. She's like, who gave you hickeys? She's like, he gave them, right? I was like, yeah, no. Yeah, no, it wasn't him. She said, oh my God, you have one? I said, there's like 3 that he can see. And she was like, how many more are there? A bit. There's a few. I was in a mood. And then she was like, what kind of? I was like, I was not in the mood to be with some little punk. I was like, I can tell you that. I was like, so it got a little rough. It's all right. And she was like, how the hell did he see that? She was like, oh my God, who was it? I was like, you mind your business. She was like, oh, I know who it was. She was like, I know who it was. Helpful hint, it was not the person I blamed it on, because then I ran into my son's father, because I've known him since I'm 15 too. I'm telling you, we never trade people around here. We trade people, but we never like date outside our people. I married outside my people and it did not go well. Now I got to get outside the people so I can have a life. But oh my God, it was so funny because she was like, who was, I was like, you wouldn't understand. And she was like, tell me it wasn't Hav. I was like, yeah. She was like, you didn't? No, we were just making out. And she was like, oh, that's not too bad. I was like, I am not with Miguel. I don't get why he's all upset. She's like, oh, he's crushed on you. I was, ugh. And like, I told Eddie, because Eddie was like, what happened? He was like, what's going on? Why y'all laughing? And I'm telling him. And he was like, just blame me. He was like, that dude is so afraid of me. I was like, he's more afraid of me. Welcome back, Glass. I was like, he's more afraid of me, which he was. I mean, to be fair, I'm evil. But yeah, no, he was like, oh man, he was like, forget it, just blame me. It's fine. I was like, all right. And then of course I went to Miguel's house and Spanky was there and Frankie was there and they're just laughing and shaking their heads. And I'm like, what? Miguel's walking around with the damn headphones on, crying and cleaning. I swear. I was like, oh, stop. No. I was like, dear God, not that song. Oh, it was terrible. I was like, I can't believe it. He was just listening to music and walking around the house cleaning and crying because apparently I broke his heart. We'd literally only been out like 3 times and I broke his heart, but whatever. I digress. Anyway, I broke up with him. And then Billy asked me out and I was like, yeah, fuck it. Why not? Shocked the shit out of him, but he showed up with the platinum. Now you got a picture. Billy was about what, 5'9", 5'10", around there. So still substantially taller than me, like most of the world, apparently. And he walks in as I'm coming down the stairs, and the overhead light in the hallway hit him in just the right way that he was like illuminated. And he glowed, but he looked like that damn albino. And I know where I was going with that. The shock value. But anyway, yeah, so it shocked me. Now he's got this, platinum, like almost white curly hair because he's Irish and he's got that curly hair. And he's got the eyebrows to match, which was like, what the fuck? He's got the piercings through his eyebrows. All his tattoos on his arms are showing. He's got the piercing in his lip. And he was like, ooh, look at you. And he went, ha. And his tongue, like he showed his tongue. And I was like, oh, I saw the glint of the light. And I was like, you have a tongue piercing? That was all new to me, y'all. All of it. Wolfkinder, hi, honey. She said, hey, Shelly, I'm fashionably late. Getting ready to head to the doctor. I'll be lurking. Well, I hope it don't make you laugh when the doctor's examining you because, well, maybe it'll lead to something. You never know. Picture at Hoboken 2005. No, actually, it was 1997. That's how far back we're going. It was 1997. It was. But yeah, he had all these piercings. I'd never dealt with that. Like the only piercings people ever had that I knew, they were in their ears. That was it. And I was a rebel because I had 4 in one and 2 in the other. And I had one through the cartilage. Like at best, the only people I knew that had like other piercings were like the Indian girls, the Hindu girls that I went to school with. They had like one in their nose because it was like culturally appropriate. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with all these piercings and tattoos and with the dyed hair. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And in that moment, I was like, yeah, I can date you. I was like, because I knew he was weird. Miguel was super, super tall. Eddie was super, super built and really funny. Like the first thing you noticed about Eddie was, oh shit, the size of him. And my son is built just like him. Like they're literally these giant brick shit houses just on 2 feet walking around with their big monkey feet. There's always been something striking. Tommy had his bow legs and his hyperactivity, and he was always climbing and like swinging out of trees or whatever. Brett looked like the Silence of the Lambs killer. I married him. So like there's always something like really like bam about all of them. And that's how they would get me because I never felt like I fit in anywhere. I never felt at home with anybody, any group. I mean, I'd lead any group I was in. I didn't want to. It just happened that way because people don't know how to make decisions right away. And I'm very much like, come on, come on, come on, come on. So, I mean, I was always still odd man out. Even when I was the leader of the group, I was still the odd man out. I didn't feel like that was my, my people. And so I hung out with I dated the weird ones. There had to be something extraordinary about them. Eli was one of my closest friends. He had a very unique haircut. He had really straight, glossy hair. He was Puerto Rican, but he had this beautiful, light brown, glossy, shiny, long hair. And it was really, really long at the bangs. Like his bangs were down to like his clavicle. And then it was a buzz cut on the sides and the top. And the top was always like a little spiky. And then long and, lustrous in the back. Nobody in this town had that haircut. So of course, who'd I hang out with? Eli. And I love people with these weird, different things about them. And that's always been what I've been attracted to. And then in the end, I'm like, why didn't it work out? Gee, I wonder. I don't know, Michelle. Maybe because you chose them purely based on like their shock value. And then they turned around and showed you why they were shocking. Like, it just didn't work out. But I forget why I tell that story. I told you it was going to be that kind of day. But I'm still very much about the shock value. I am. I'm still very, very much about the shock value. Not so much them. Now I just do it. When I'm on here, it's different. I get to be here. I get to just be myself and just tell you guys the wacky shit that I've done. Oh, that's how we got this. Because T-Rex says I have a story for everything. And that's why. That is why I have a story for everything. Because I did not pull back from life at all. If you could do it, I did it. I was like, I want to try it all. And I did. Because I don't know. I didn't think that I would live that long. And I kind of every day was, I got to do as much as possible today. Like, don't say no to anything. Just don't say no. And unfortunately, I adopted that in like every aspect of my life. And I forgot how to say no. I forgot how to draw boundaries. And my life went a little, wild. So it was the 90s last. It was. Whoever's over on the Rumble, I don't know what's going on Rumble. I am going to delete that. Oh, well, let me mute that person forever. I got a spammer. Delete this message. Yes, please. Dumbass. All right. Yep, as I always said, I was trisexual, pansexual. I'll try anything. Suzanne! Oh my goodness. I mean, anything is a big word. Hey, Anya, what's up? Happy Wednesday. I didn't know what was out there. Like, I was really, really sheltered as a kid. So like, I mean, there were horrible things that I faced, but like the rest of life, I had no idea because it was, don't tell her, let's spell words in front of her. Yeah, never mind that I could spell them faster than you, but whatever. I didn't have exposure to any kind of like, real facts about things. So I kind of had sorry, girl, I don't think I have a wrench over on Rumble. I'll take care of that later. Do me a favor and either on Twitter or Discord, send me your exact Rumble name because I have to type it in for some reason in the mod section. But I got you. Thank you. If you want, I mean, you don't have to. You could just relax over there. But I'd love to mod you over there. That's my first answer to anything is no. Yes, I didn't learn that. It's a reflex at this point. My husband has been trying to break that habit. Not going so well. I mean, I was always told no. So I kind of hate that word. I really do. And I'm very much a people pleaser. I mean, that's when you grow up in a house like mine where you can't do anything right. And unless you're perfect, you're going to get the shit end of the stick. You learn to anticipate everybody's wants and needs and fulfill them before they even think that they need them. And that was me. And if you needed something, yeah, okay, no problem. I just jump to do it. And I do it to people now. Like they'll mention a problem and I'm just like, I'm already looking up the solution and how I can get it fixed or whatever, because that's automatically where my brain goes. And I love when people are like, oh, you're so nice. I'm like, no, this is literally ingrained in me. I am conditioned to be a fixer. Like, that's what I do. And the more I care about you, the more I'll take on. I mean, there's Like some people in my life where I will literally take everything on my own shoulders if I have to, if I think it'll help, even if they don't want me to, which can be frustrating. Uh, but that's just who I am. That was a survival skill that I learned as a kid that just became part of who I am. It became my nature. I'm hardwired to do that. I see the error of my ways now that my 4-year-old son says no to everything. Yeah. See, I gave birth to one of those too. Katie is the acquiescer. She She might not do it, but she'll yes you to death. Or she'll do it wrong just so she never has to do it again. But Connor, he's like, no. I'm like, don't you love me? He's like, I'm still not doing it. You can emotionally manipulate me all you want, Ma. I'm like, you little bastard. Like, how dare you call me on my bullshit? Like, that's not right. That is not right. She called me a manipulator. He's like, well, you do. He's like, and you only do it with me. I'm like, no, you only see me do it to you. I'm like, I do it. Not subtle about it. And I'm not. Because I mean, if I'm going to manipulate you, I'm going to do it so that you know it. And then when you do it anyway, you feel twice as bad. I know. I told you I'm a bitch. Here's the thing about today. Today started out bizarre. Yesterday, I got a visitor from my friend that I used to work with, the one that, that I helped get a master's. And she brought me something, and it's called gasteroids. Now, it's a kind of bud. And she was like, try it out. Let me know how it goes. Da-da-da. And I was like, why would it be different? And she was like, just try it. When I get her later, Lord. Well, I highly recommend, but I was on with Winning, right? I was on the phone with Winning, and we were watching something. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna hit this. It was like midnight. No, it was 11 o'clock. I said, I'm gonna hit this. Let's see how long it takes to work. And I mean, I was in a good mood, but I wasn't like, hee, like I wasn't having a great time. And I think I took 3 pulls. And I was like, I wonder how long it's going to. And he was like, oh, God. I was like, oh, my God, that hit me so fast. I was like, oh, my God, am I getting stoned? No, I can't. I was like, oh, my God, everything was funny. Everything was funny. Everything. And then all of a sudden I'm talking to him. It was like 2 minutes in, and I was like, oh, when? I can't feel my legs. And he was like, what? I was like, oh my God, I can't feel my legs. I've had the worst week of pain. The worst week. Like, it has kept me up. It's been waking me up every like hour and a half to 2 hours. Like the just head to toe internal pain. And a little bit, it was hormonal. Yeah. And as soon as that passed, they were like, oh, guess what? Here's some lightning and thunder, and you're going to have rain for 3 days. Great. So it got super, super humid here, super damp, but not hot. So it was that cold kind of dampness. And my joints did not react well. So I've been swollen and in tons of pain for an entire week. And maybe 5 minutes into smoking this little itty bitty joint that I made, because I didn't want to overdo, because it's been a long time since I had like straight weed. The bong doesn't really count. It still filters it a little bit, but like a direct hit. And suddenly I had no pain. My whole body was floaty and just, I was here, but the relief of not feeling that constant pain. I had such an overabundance of energy at midnight that I was just like, oh, I'm fucked. I was like, I got a show in the morning. I am not going to sleep. And then I drove him crazy for 3 hours just with I was laughing at everything. And I'm just, bah, 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 bah. And he's mm-hmm, like he was just amused. I couldn't stop giggling. I was crying. I was giggling so much. Like I literally had tears running down my face. I was watching like Jeff Dunham because, what's funnier when you're stoned than a ventriloquist? And it was just a really good time. But then I fell asleep at like 3 o'clock. I was like, okay, I gotta go. He was like, okay. Well, I fell asleep right away, woke up at 8 o'clock, 2 minutes before my alarm went off, because my son decided to, I don't know, rearrange every dish and pot in the kitchen. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, it's very disconcerting to wake up to banging pots and pans and things falling. So that was my first wake up. And I was just like, what the fuck? And he was like, oh, did you wake up because of me? No, I woke up because of the other kid in the house dropping, like the frying pan and the boiling pot and whatever. So then he wakes me up. So now I have to instantly get up and run to the bathroom because, you wake up, you got to run to the bathroom. My daughter decides to come out of the room and try to head me off. And I was like, no, 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 no. I was like, I was up first. No, no. I was like, you wait. And she was like, no, but. So then we got into it. And then she wouldn't let me down the hallway. And then I'm like pushing her out of the way. She's pushed me out of the way, joking around. I made it. But on the way there, I stepped on one of those fake mice that I have for the cat. And Lord, I thought I stepped in like cat vomit, and I screamed and I jumped, and then I almost fell because I was like trying to get off it as quick as possible. And she's hysterical. He's hysterical. I'm like, screw you both. Like, it's like, I'm just like, this is not the morning for me. Go to the bathroom, come back out. They're, bah, 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 bah. I want to get in the kitchen. I need to do this. So I was like, y'all, I love you both, but I'm about to be like with no children. Like, I'm about to kill you both. Like, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I've been awake less than 4 minutes. Get out of my face. And my son was like, oh, I'll make you coffee. And he put my coffee on my desk. I come back into the living room. I sit down, pick up the coffee. He didn't secure the top the right way, and a little bit spill up, but I almost dropped the whole goddamn cup of coffee. That would have been catastrophic because I was just like, no, I'm just like, I can't. So like everything kept going wrong. I sit down. I'm like, all right, I got my coffee situated. I was like, today's going to be a day. I was like, I'm going to rename the stream like What the Fuck Wednesday. Open up my email. You have money. I was like, okay, that's new, but what do I have? I open up an email. Well, some baby daddy decided to send me money. And I'm looking at the amount, and I was like, I think I'm still asleep. There's no way. I was like, I mean, it's not a huge amount. Don't get like excited. But I mean, from nothing, it's huge. So I'm just looking at it going, are you kidding? I was like, no, this has to be a mistake. I had to go into my account and I was like, oh, he sent me money. I was like, I hope he don't think I'm grateful. Now, I am grateful for the money. I am thankful to God that he inspired him to pay me to do something for his son. Because as soon as my son was like walking around, he was like, by the way, my iPad is going. I'm going to need a new one. I was like, oh. I was like, where am I going to find this money? And then, boop, there it was. So I was like, oh my God. I was like, thank you for answering my prayer. And it was just shocking. So I was just like, all right, today's going to be a weird kind of day. Going to be a weird kind of day. I'm going to roll with it. We'll talk about it. We'll be silly on stream because I am not dealing with this bullshit. Whatever, comes at me today, I'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything's going to be good. It'll all work out. God's got a plan. Remember, God's got a plan. You just don't know what the plan is. It's fine. You're going to be okay. I'm not quite convinced. However, to do this stream, I went into YouTube. And what did I play first thing this morning? an 80s house music mix. It's a mega mix. I was like, yeah. I was like, can you feel it? And, oh, yeah. It was great. I was pumping that for like 45 minutes. It was great. So I'm like supercharged, super energetic. I still feel a little stoned. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. But I think this is kind of like a natural high of like, oh my God, what is today going to be like? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know. Harlem told me last night that he has the highest respect for me and why this is the world's greatest kid. Oh, he told you why he has the great. Aw, that's so sweet. And he should. I mean, you raised that kid. You didn't have to. I feel the same way about my grandmother. Like, I know she did some things wrong, but I don't care about any of that. That woman loved me as much as she could. She did everything for me that she could. Everything within her power and her knowledge base, she did. Did she do some shit wrong? Yeah. Guess what? So did I. And I wasn't nearly the caregiver that she was. I mean, I'm a caregiver, but like she had it like it was a science for her. And I miss her. God, you don't know how bad I want to pick up that phone and be like, Graham, what are you doing? I wish I could. You ever do that thing where somebody's passed and you forget for like a half a second? And you're like, oh my God, I got to ask her this or I got to ask him that. And then you're like, damn it, I can't. It just, it hits you so hard. That happens to me a lot. I'll be in the middle of doing something. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh God, who would know? I'll ask Graham. I can't ask Graham. I can't ask Graham. But then I do this weird thing where I'm like, I'll talk to the ceiling and be like, all right, I know you're listening because you're way too freaking nosy not to be. I was like, so I got a problem. Like, help a bitch out, Graham. Like, help a bitch out. And at some point in the next couple hours, I'll find out the answer or figure out, like, I'll get suddenly an idea out of nowhere that works really well that I never would have thought of on my own. And I'm like, thank you. Thanks for listening. Go away now. Like I hope you don't stick around when I'm doing the bad stuff because that would be awkward. But yes, like, I'm glad he sees what you've done and who you are and appreciates you for that. That's priceless to me. My son did that. Like, was it yesterday? He was like, I never want you to think you've ever been a bad mom. I was like, okay, where's this going? Because I feel unsafe, but like I feel a little insecure. Wait, where you go with this? Because you never know with Connor. Like, it could sound like a compliment, and then you're sitting there with your heart in your hands, and it's just like boom, 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 brr. He said, I know, like, I'm not always nice to you. I was like, yeah. He was like, and I know, like, when I'm mad at you, I say things that really hurt you. He's like, I do it to hurt you. Thanks, Connor. He was like, come on, you get it. I was like, I do. I was like, unfortunately, you are the unrestricted, unafraid version of me. So yeah, that sucks. And he's like, I know. He's like, but you were never a bad mom. I was like, I'm glad you think so. He was like, no, he's like, you're a great mom. He was like, it's just, I get mad. And when I get mad, I get mad at you. He was like, well, because you're not going to stay mad at me. Okay. He was like, and I'm not going to say anything that's like going to get me in trouble when if I say it to you. I'm like, okay. He's like, but you're a great mom. I was like, oh, I was like, okay, thank you. And he was like, I know Katie thinks that too. I was like, yeah, whatever. I don't care what Katie thinks. And he's like, I know that's not true but that's one of the things I love about you. He's like, because you just joke all the time. I don't. But it is nice to hear because they put us through hell, don't they? Ugh. Like, they're just always there and always underfoot and always saying the wrong thing or blowing up your spot to somebody. Because kids don't understand little white lies. Like, if you're telling somebody, oh, I'd love to, but I have this thing I have to go to later. They're like, no, you don't. Shut up. Like, yes, I do. And I'm like doing the eye thing. Like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Like, I don't tell you everything. You don't know all my plans. He's like, yes, I do. He was like, I'm always with you. Like, I know you don't have, shut up. Like, shut up. Mind your business. Are you lying to them? You shouldn't be lying. Shit, Connor, can you just shut your mouth? Like, for real. Can't do shit with this kid. He's like, it's always better to be honest. I'm like, I understand that, but I also didn't want to hurt their feelings and say, no, I don't want to hang out with you. I have nothing better to do, but I can't stand you. And he was just like, well, why didn't you just tell them that? Because I can't stand them, but I don't want to hurt their feelings. They're not bad people. I just personally don't like them. And he's like, well, just tell them that. No. He's learned quite a bit since then, but he used to have like the hardest time. He'd be like, why don't you just tell people when you don't like them? I'm like, if they can't tell from this look on my face, then telling them isn't going to be any more helpful. Like, because you can read it on my face. I'm looking at you like, why are you in front of me? Like, y'all, I'm terrible. Like, I will make that noise. If somebody comes up to me I don't like, I literally looked in the face and go, what do you want? And they're like, oh my God, hi. Oh my God, goody, another morning person. Love it. My mother thinks this morning show is hysterical. She's like, you do a morning show. Yeah. You, the one who don't wake up till 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, I'm awake all day. She's like, no, like you wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning every time. She's like, you suck in the morning. I'm like, I suck all day. In a perfect world, I would. But yeah, no, like she thinks it's hilarious that I get in here and I'm just like, hey guys. She's like, what do you take in the morning? Nothing. Like, honestly, if I didn't have you guys to like look forward to, I'd probably be like, fuck this day, fuck this day, like, because I really am not a morning person. I'm really not. My son is not like, that's why we're nighttime people. All of us are night owls. You know, my mother's not. I mean, she can be, but she tries to like keep herself to a schedule. Now I don't know what the hell she does. But my father was a night owl. He didn't really like wake up like his consciousness till like 3 a.m. That's why like everybody's like, oh my God, you've seen so many weird movies. Yeah, because we only had like 2-3 stations and only one of them played anything after midnight. So what did I watch? I watched a lot of B movies, like horror movies, a lot of wilderness movies. Good God, Grizzly Adams. I've seen so many damn Grizzly Adams shows, movies, whatever. By the time I was 3, I was like, he looks like my father. Like they looked alike. To this day, I hate Grizzly. I don't hate him, but he does remind me of my father. He does. And I look at him like, ugh. But yeah, I've always been a night person. So it's funny for me to do a morning show. A 3-hour tour. I mean, a 3-hour tour. Dun, 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 dun. You know, you just mention it and I'll just start singing it. Suzanne said, have you been taking on my pain because you know you take on other people's crap? That's why I stay away. No, I doubt it. I doubt it. I haven't been thinking about taking on other people's. I've just been doing a lot of praying. But I mean, I know why everything is hurting. It's just when I get the flare-ups, a flare-up could last anywhere from like 2 days to 2 weeks. And this one's just hitting me hard. I'm taking the turmeric with the black pepper. I'm taking my St. John's wort, taking my one a day. I'm taking my milk thistle. And as soon as my son goes across the street to get the packages, I ordered estrogen supplements to try to help with the hormonal thing. It's not estrogen itself. It's supposed to be a supplement that helps um to level your to standardize, I guess, to balance. There you go. I knew there was a word I was looking for. To balance your hormone levels, your estrogen levels, so that I don't have these huge spikes and dips and I go a little crazy. Like I told you, I was talking of winning on Friday and I was like, yeah, I got my friend. And he was like, oh, I know. I was like, what do you mean you know? It's like, he was laughing. It was like, I just know. I was like, God damn. I was like, but I wasn't that bad. He was like, no, you weren't. I never said that. I never said that. I could just tell. Either he's got it circled on the calendar, or he's just like, yep, those 2 weeks are up. Because it's like every 2 weeks, I go a little batshit crazy for like 3 days. And then there's like a 1.5, 2 day period where I'm all like, everything bothers me. Everything. They'd be like, hi. I'm like, what do you mean by that? Dito, you guys really should make sure you support Winning Reality, because that boy takes a lot of abuse at my hands. I mean, he don't take the shit like some little bitch, but he's just like, It's like having that kid who likes to act up every once in a while, and instead of reprimanding, you just kind of let them get away with it and go, you done? All right, moving on. Like that's, but he's got to deal with me. It's like he gets the brunt of the crazy. He saves all of you. Poor thing. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm taking on anybody else's pain, but you never know. If I could, I would. I'll tell you that. I would happily take most of your pain, because I mean, I have a very high threshold. I can still semi-function when I'm in huge amounts of pain. But I tell you, when that weed hit and I couldn't feel any of my body, like none of it. I mean, I could feel myself physically here, but everything like just was tingly and floaty. And, like he thinks it's funny because I'm like, I got no legs. Like, where are my legs? He thinks it's funny, but the relief that I felt, that energy spike was ridiculous. And poor him, because I was just like, it was like, oh, look, Joe is on. Like, thank God, let's watch Joe. So we went, and I mean, first off, I want to just catch up on like what's been going on. One, I don't know if you heard, I'm looking into like trying to get more information about it. Supposedly, this is an alleged thing. AstraZeneca is pulling their jibby jab from the worldwide market because of the side effects. So I know Russell Brand is doing something on that this afternoon. Definitely check him out if you can. I will be there on the rumbly side of things, so that I can hear him direct them without any kind of censorship. But that's exciting. So I'm like, oh, good. If they do that, maybe they'll do the rest of them. That would be awesome. A little too late for me, but I don't want anybody else to go through what I'm going through. So if they pull that, that's great. That is amazing. And hopefully that opens up the avenue for people to sue the shit out of these companies, because they need to be held liable. They need to be held accountable, and they need to pay for ruining people's lives. I mean, they basically took my legs from me. They ruined my life. They completely changed it. And somebody's got to pay for that. Somebody's got to pay for it. If not pay to me, pay to somebody else. Like pay to some little kid who, they need that money because you just messed up their entire life. I have lived. So it's like, yeah, it's a huge change, but I didn't get my whole prior life robbed from me. You got these little kids who they're never going to get to experience any of the things that I've done. That breaks my heart. So if they can pull more of these things out the damn market, then great, do it, and then sue the shit out of them. I hate that they have all that government protection and shit, but hopefully somebody will find a way around it. Then the other alleged thing that I'm not really looking into, but I figured I'd mention it, is there was a shootout at Drake's house in Canada. I keep hearing people talk about Drake and Kendrick, or I think his name is, like this beef that they got going, and they're all dropping jokes like, oh, the beef between. And I'm like, well, I don't get it. So if any of y'all like can send me a very concise summary of what the hell is going on, I'd appreciate it, because I don't know what the whole thing is. And me and pop culture, I'm not so big on it. Like I see bits and pieces and some will like get my attention. But for the most part, like this kind of thing, I'm like, meh. Drake was never my thing. I'm not a fan. So like I don't really follow him at all. But if you want to tell me what it's about, that'd be awesome. And then I see a lot of people waking up about the college protests, about the college campus protests, about what a distraction and ridiculousness it was, and that these protesters were funded by Joe Biden donors. See, I told you, my brain and my mouth are just not working together. Isn't that interesting? I mean, we knew that. We knew that happened, but nobody expected that to come out like the way it did. So, I mean, people are waking up, they're going, hey, this is a distraction. This is not real. This was all orchestrated and manufactured by somebody else to make us look away. And what are we looking away from? Oh, all the good news about Trump. Goodness gracious. Now, Judge Cannon in Florida, as of last night, indefinitely postponed the documents case, the confidential document case, because there's just too much that has to be resolved. She said, look, listen, you got all these things coming up. There's this issue, there's this issue, there's this issue, and I need to look at all these motions. I need to look at all this new evidence. I need to look at all these new accusations, and I have to make too many decisions for this thing to go, when we said it was going to go, which I think it was like next week was supposed to start, or maybe even this week. And she's like, this trial is postponed, probably, till like July, at least, at the earliest. And she said July at the earliest, but she didn't give a date. So she thinks like at least they're interpreting this as she indefinitely postponed this. I saw that all over the place. I don't think that she meant to do it indefinitely. She just doesn't have a time frame she could work with yet. Maybe, she's not in a rush to give you an answer, because guess what? She don't have to be. That's the thing about the judicial system. These judges they're like, yeah, no, I'll tell you when I tell you. Yeah, and that's it. I mean, you got that damn Judge Merchan jackass who just won't leave Trump alone. But Judge Cannon postponed the documents trial. So it's Trump and I believe 2 other defendants. So he doesn't have to worry about that right now. The Supreme Court should render a verdict by July. Well, I think by the end of June, beginning of July, regarding the immunity topic. So he's got good things out there. And then, like I said, we went on to Joe's stream, like we were in Joe's chat, and I was having a good time with Ellie, and I'm hanging out with Daisy, and Judge Maddie was there, and we all had a good time. And Joe's talking about Stormy Daniels. There's so much there. There's so much with her testimony. Joe went over it like line by line by line, and I was dying because he's like, that would never happen. That would never happen. Like I was like, oh, he's so cute. He doesn't think men do it. Like, no, that's a thing, Joe. Like, just because you wouldn't do it because you're decent doesn't mean other men haven't done it. He was like, Trump is in his 60s at this point. He's not going to be like posing on the bed in his t-shirt and boxers or whatever. Like, hey, how you doing? He was like, we know that now that's not attractive to a woman. And I was dying because I was like, bro. And I was telling Winnie, I was like, let me break it down. I was like, he took this bitch to dinner, right? They had small talk over dinner. He was very respectful, whatever, but he spent a long time talking to her. Okay, guarantee this was not some friggin' like $9.99 buffet dinner. It was an expensive friggin' dinner. And you know damn well a girl like her ordered the most expensive things on the menu, even if she didn't know what they were. And so he spent all this money, he spent all this time. Then they wind up in a bedroom. Well, if somebody took you out and you wind up in their bedroom, what do you think you're there for? First of all, you follow them there willingly, so I don't want to hear your mouth. 2, they didn't take you to their living room. They didn't take you to a club to like hang out and dance or whatever. You went where there's a bed. What do you do in the bed besides sleep? You fuck. Hopefully, a lot. So guess what? You went on the date and then the after date. Go to the bedroom. Did you think you were going to play Parcheesi? Was it like canasta time? Who brought the Uno cards? Like, no. So you went into the bathroom, right? She goes into the bathroom. She does whatever. She makes her phone calls because that's what she's doing. Oh my God, I'm in Trump's. Like, she comes out and supposedly he's laying on the bed in his t-shirt and boxers. Now, I'm not saying they ever slept together. I'm not saying it happened, but this is her narrative. So, okay. So the next point in her really bad soft core porn script that she has written and is now playing out for the world to see is that he was laying on the bed. And Joe's like, no, dude, no. Yeah. Guys do that. They do that. If you go back to their place or to some hotel room or whatever with them and you disappear into the bathroom, they're not sitting around like, not the guys who are confident anyway. Like the guys who don't know what you're going to do might be dressed. But the ones who are like in a rush, I got a meeting tomorrow. I know this, we're down. Let's get to it so I can go to fuck to sleep. It's past my bedtime. Let's go. Like I got shit to do. The ones that are confident, they're going to be in that bed waiting. There's not going to be any chance for misinterpretation. They're not going to waste any more time, swapping jokes and stories. They don't want to hear shit. Get over here. Let's get down. And then I can, move on with my night. So it's totally plausible to me that a man would do that. They would, including Trump. It doesn't matter what age you are. It doesn't really matter the physical attractiveness. He spent all this money and time on her. Like, if she followed him back, it's pretty much a sure thing. Y'all remember that? You remember the whole sure thing that, we used to, that like signal we had going? Because it really was a thing. There was no Me Too way back in the day or whatever. It was, you did this and, well, you're going to expect that. Well, if I go back, I'm pretty much giving my consent. We didn't do we didn't do like verbal consent. If you kissed the dude, then yeah, the only thing that stopped it is if you said no. I don't want to. I'm not doing that. And even then, sometimes it didn't stop, which was a crime. But for the most part, like you made out and then you're like, all right, you made up some excuse. We all knew how to get away, how to get out of it. And like, yeah, no, I was, but now I'm not feeling it. I'm so sorry. But what did she say? She wanted to be on The Apprentice and she wanted money. So of course she stayed. And then she played the victim card. That killed me. Oh, it was just, I wasn't into it. And she brought up spanking and like all this weird shit. And I'm sitting there going, wow, whoever like wrote this script, like, did they get their index cards mixed up? Because it didn't flow. See, when you guys talk, it plays out visually in my brain. It unfolds in my brain as you say it. There's not a delay. There's not a how am I going to do this? My brain automatically just boom, 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 boom. It's just another movie unfolding in my brain. And he's going through this whole thing, and I'm like, my brain's going, no, that don't fit. Like, no, yeah, I can see it. No, that's too unrealistic. No, that didn't fit in with the rest of the things going on. Wait, that vibe is completely wrong because it's also a super editor, my brain. I look for inconsistencies. I look for pattern changes. That's just how I work. I've been looking into the whole Myers-Briggs thing with the personality types. And if you don't know, like I took the test on here and I am a INFJ. Supposedly one of the rarest personality types and one of the most intimidating. But what we do, and so far every video that I've watched on it, I'm like, oh, I do that. I do that. I do that too. I do that too. The INFJ personality type, they're called the advocate, but what we do is we break people down in our heads because we have to figure everybody out. It's not so much that everybody's a threat, everybody's a mystery. And I have this ridiculous love of psychology. So I love to figure people out, but I read people in the first minute I know them. And I usually get a really good beat on them. And if I've known you for like an hour, I have a very in-depth profile of you in my head already. I freak people out with it all the time. They're like, oh my God, she's like psychic. No, I'm just very, very good at observing people. And I trust my instincts. I trust all my instincts. And most of my knowledge about people is instinctual. I love it when I tell people, oh, this person's going to do whatever. They're being shady. They have this agenda. They're like, no, you're crazy. And then like 2 months later, they're like, oh my God, I told you. Nobody listens. None of you listen. None of you listen. If it's somebody close to me, I'll never say it until it's too late and then I have to slam the door. But if it's anybody else, like dealing with anybody else, I'll see it. I'll see all the little lies, the inconsistencies. I'll hear the tenor, the tone, and I draw my conclusions from there. It's fun. But yeah, there's so much about what she said that just it was so false. It was so false. Let me put a pin in that and go back to chat because I'm way behind. I'm only a half hour behind. Woohoo! Hey, anything is more than zero. There you go. You said it before I sent the last chat. Andrea, how are you? Happy Wednesday. And Lefty lulls with the beautiful giant eggplant strolling in here like he owns the place. Who you think you are? No, I'm kidding. Hi, Lefty. How are you? Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you for throwing those links out, Wolfie. Lady Autumn Sky, his name was supposed to be Harland, but his mother was so stoned she named him Harlem. You know what? That was a really good thing though. Because every Harland I've ever known has been some pompous jackass. And your grandson is awesome. He is awesome. He's a good kid. He's down to earth. He's funny. He's talented. So you know what? Maybe he'll be as resilient as Harlem too, because they've been through some shit. So it doesn't matter. There's still beauty to be held there. It's looking up. That's a neighborhood that for some reason always rebounds. And it holds a wealth of history that people just they still marvel at. So it's a good name. It fits him really well. Andrea, they say when that happens, it means they're with you. Oh yeah. When I smell the baked ziti and I'm not cooking, I'm like, oh, because that was her thing. She made the best baked ziti in the world. Oh my god, it was so good. Oh, I think I spelled it wrong. My apologies. That's fine, girl. Uh, she said no, so you knew it was supposed to be. That's funny. I asked him if he wanted me to change it. He said, "No, Grandma. I like my name being raised by you." Aw, so sweet. Will Raleigh, hi. Shelly, hi. Everybody in chat from across the pond. Hi, Will. Hope you're up to date on your wrestling. I can't wait for Friday night. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I spent the whole weekend like basically just watching wrestling because we had Backlash. Oh my god, it was so good. It was so good. SmackDown and Raw were both good. Raw was really good Monday night. I was very upset with the whole attack on Jey Uso and everything. I was like, oh god. I'm loving the glitch thing though. When again, I keep like watching afterwards to see what the glitches are for and whatever, and all like the QR codes. It's amazing with Uncle Howdy and all that. Oh, and I don't know if you've caught up with Winning. I think he left you a comment or something because he mentioned that he was watching your stream the other day, and he got a new kitten. His son got a kitten for his birthday, and they named it Bray. Isn't that cute for Bray Wyatt? He was like, oh, because that's a big hero for him. If you haven't noticed by looking at his avatar. But yeah, they named it Bray, and he's a very rambunctious kitten. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Last night I was like, are you gonna pay attention to me? Like, what the hell? Because he's like, no, don't go up there. No, kitty, no. I was like, he's not used to having a cat that is rambunctious. And male cats, they get crazy for a while. I mean, it's neutered and everything, but it doesn't matter. Like the cat's like, oh, what's up here? What's in here? He's like, it's trying to do all these things. And I'm like, good luck with that. I'm like, black cat too. Woohoo! Have fun. They're amazing, but they will drive you crazy. They will drive you crazy. And I'm loving every minute of it. But yeah, no, he did. He named it Bray. I was like, oh, I love it. Both my boys are getting all the loving from this new kitty cat, and nothing could make me happier. I love that they're just like, he's such a good cat dad. He really is. It's amazing. If you guys ever heard him talk to these cats, you'd melt. So, I mean, I don't want you to hear him talk to them because but mine. No, you would melt. It's so sweet. And I'm just like, oh, that's how he got me talking to a damn rabbit. Lady Autumn Sky, girls aren't so quick to compliment moms. We're harder on each other as women. It's true. It's very true. Nobody, like I've always said that. I'm like, nobody can bring out the worst in another woman like another woman. Like men can make us wild out and go crazy or whatever. But you will not see a woman's true viciousness until you pit her up against another woman. Because it is the gloves are off, bitch. I am coming for you. And they like it. And that's when you see like somebody how vindictive and petty and like vicious somebody could really be. It's a really good test. It really is. Well, I'm a night owl. I watch wrestling at 1 to 4 a.m. Arg. So do we. Suzanne T3. He said, Grandma, you've been through hell raising my mother and my aunties and a million other people's kids. Most of my cousins, foster kids, and you've always had time for me. Aww. Stupid time zones. Yeah, I know. These time zones suck. They do. Lady Austin said, I used to be a night owl, not so much anymore. I mean, you had twins. You know, it's different when your kids are like 12 and up, because you're like, all right, you got a little more wiggle room. Now that my kids are like big, I'm like I'll do what I want. It's not like I'm going anywhere. And they have the same hours as me. So it's like, you know what? I'm just keeping up with their hours. My younger set of twins keep me on my toes all day, so I'm crashing at night. Yeah, it don't matter how tired I am. When my brain says, no, no, I need to play your greatest hits of failures and your worries for the future, then I'm not sleeping. And there's no way to shut my brain up. I tell you though, when I woke up, I was just like, oh my God. Andrew, have you tried ketamine? No, no, I haven't tried that yet. I'm not going to say I wasn't curious. I've talked to people who've done it and they're like, oh my God, it's amazing. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't know that I trust myself. I just don't. I just don't. I don't know that I trust myself, but I am curious. I'm not going to lie. Uh, Lady of Scott, I caught the kiddos playing in the picture you posted. Yes, that was an adorable picture. Oh my goodness. I saw it. I think I left a heart on it. I got 100 subs this week, Shelly. Oh, that's awesome. Don't say your tiny, tiny channel. Throw your link up there. Did anybody throw Will Raleigh's link up there? If you can, I'd appreciate it. If you did, I appreciate it still. Thanks to everyone in here who subbed. Oh, that's so awesome. That is amazing. I hope you're keeping up on the Ladybird stuff. Like, I think it's so much fun, like watching it unfold. But we got 3 weeks, I think, before we pretty much find out anything. I'm jazzed about his brother being, like taking on the mantle. He'll never be Bray, but Taylor's cool. I like Taylor. He's got a very soulful face. And you could tell how much he loved his brother. That if you haven't seen the Bray Wyatt documentary, it's on Peacock, but I mean there are other ways you can watch it. It was amazing. It really was. I cried through so many different parts of it because I didn't realize the legacy, that he was carrying on and what he was leaving behind, or how his whole sickness came about, what he went through. Like he was really like an amazing person. And I could see why, he's one of the people that Winning really admired, and he was really upset when the dude passed away. And I had no idea who he even was, so I had to get an education. Yeah, typical Winning education. It was, no, here's an overview. No, we getting into weeds. Like, let me take you back to the beginning. It was like, okay. So like it took months for me to find out like everything about him. And even now I'm still learning. And he's very impressive. Bray Wyatt was a very impressive man. Wyndham. But yeah, he was very impressive. His family's very impressive. And they were very tight knit. Things didn't always work out, well for him, but Winning Surreality. See, he's been summoned. Granted, that was a half an hour ago, but whatever. Don't judge. He said, Will, I was your 100th sub. Because of course you were. Yes, confirmed class by AZ today in Oz. Right? I know, I think, what time does Russell Brand go live? I forget. It's either at 1 o'clock or 4 o'clock. I might have him and Redacted's times mixed up. See, what I usually do is I get off of this stream and then I go watch the Benny live, and then I backtrack and watch Brand, and then I try to catch up with like local stuff. Then I'll hit a little bit of Redacted, and then it's my night is my own. Then I dedicate the rest to you guys, like to whoever's streaming. Just remember, just because I don't say hi to anybody in chat sometimes, that one of those likes is always for me, and I'm always giving you, viewing time. I just don't always have it in me to talk to people. I can't always people. And then I'm like, no, if they know I'm here, then they're going to know when I leave. And then it's a whole debate. Meanwhile, you don't even know I'm there, and I'm stressing out over it. I know I'm weird. It's okay. No suing is before each job we had to sign here. Yeah. I feel bad for y'all in Australia. You're getting the shit end of the stick. God, like you don't have enough things there that are trying to kill you. Will Rowley. Russell Brand is the English guy who says what he thinks on example news channels panels. Russell Brand with the long hair or someone else? No, that Russell Brand. The hello, you wakening wonders. That guy. Yeah. The one that was married to Katy Perry. Tucker Carlson is covering it as well. What time is he covering it? AZ gave me clots in lungs. Oh my God, Andrea, I'm so sorry. No source of origin found and put down to the jibby jab. I believe it. I have this weird clotting factor in my blood that I never had before. That's why they had me on heparin shots I call them heparin shots. They weren't heparin. It was some blood thinner. But the easiest way to say it is heparin. But yeah, they chose not to put me on like Coumadin or anything like that. So I don't know. T3, oh my fucking God, Larry DUI guy is covering my lawsuit against Ozempic. Nice. Ozempic, that's another they're like it's the wonder weight loss drug that you have to give yourself shots of for the rest of your life, and it fucks you up in so many different ways. Ridiculous. They're like, here, we're gonna fix this one issue and give you a dozen more. Congratulations. See, they always make their money. And plus, this thing that we're fixing, we're gonna unfix it if you skip a dose. So you're gonna take it for the rest of your life. It's like, fuck you. Lady Awesome, look, everything has already done before Drake and Kendrick Lamar. Beef is fabricated, just like Tupac and Biggie. Just saying. I don't doubt it. All I see, it's bizarre. I look at stories and I'm like, this is a bullshit distraction. Like, they created this. Oh, this is the entertainment industry being like, oh yeah, we'll do our part. Somebody got tagged to be the fall guy to make a sensational thing pop up. So everybody go, ooh, look. I mean, the whole thing with the Stormy Daniels thing, besides trying to make Trump look stupid, which all the shit she said about like, oh, I spanked him. First of all, stop. But all of that, the only thing that I got out of that whole thing was, all right, maybe Trump got laid. Good for him. Like, who don't want to get laid? Why would you shame somebody for that? He was married. Okay. And he's a different generation. Completely different generation. I think because he looks a lot younger than he is, people forget that he's been through it. He's been cheated on. He's had the shit end of the stick too. He's also, used the shit end of the stick to beat the hell out of anybody who was coming at him. But still, that's all I took away from that was, okay, she's a hoe. He got laid. If that's all true. I don't care if there was spanking involved. I don't care what they did. I don't care. What you do behind closed doors. Remember that thing called privacy, y'all? When you could be degenerate behind closed doors and nobody needed to know. Do you remember those times? There were no gotcha moments. If they were, it was, for a political aim or for publicity or whatever. But there used to be this thing, she's a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets, right? That's what you looked for because the shit stayed private. You could be a wackadoo in the goddamn bedroom and nobody had to know. Now they're like, oh, I'm going to sell a book and I'm going to tell everyone. I'm like, dude, I don't. First of all, it's not going to make me think less of him as a person because whatever he does with a consenting adult, go for it. I don't care. Spread your wings and fly. But I have a problem when somebody's underage. I have a problem when there's an extreme lack of consent due to roofing. Or if somebody says no and you don't listen, then I have issues. But if you're two consenting adults, I don't want to hear you bitch and moan later. Oh, there was a power imbalance. Bitch, you were a whore. You were a porn star. You're a hooker, basically. I expected, something I wanted to be on The Apprentice. Then you were trading your overused cooch for an opportunity to be on a hit show. That's a transaction. You sold sex for a favor. That makes you a prostitute. Just saying. Just saying. Because it's not like you were trying to get toward a wedding ring. It's not toward you weren't like, oh my God. Like at some point, everybody trades sex for something. You might not realize you're doing it, but you're gonna. Your man might be in a shitty mood and you're just like, you want him in a better mood. You're like, I'll just throw a little of this his way. And that you're trading sex for a better attitude. It's not monetary, but it could be priceless. Same thing with dudes. All right, I'll go and I'll do this special thing for her. That maybe they don't do all the time. Maybe they're hesitant to do something. Maybe she wants to try something. He's like, all right, I'll try it just to make her happy. I'll try it. Well, it's still a trade. But she legit did it for nothing but selfish purposes. She saw the monetary value and the opportunity attached to her coach and went for it. And then later said, oh, here's another opportunity. I can make money off of this and play the victim. Because, Me Too. Me Too's a thing. Oh, he's going to run. This is before Me Too, but it was like, actually, no, it was right in the height of Me Too. Oh, he's running for president. Let me bring this skeleton out of the closet. Oh, there was the power imbalance. Shut up. Shut up. She was no wilting little flower from like some backwoods where she'd never seen a man all her life and grew up in a convent. Like, no. She knew exactly what she was there for and she performed. There you go. If it's true. Allegedly. Either way, if her story is true, she's a bona fide whore. Why would you put that? See, my reputation, as much as I've done things, I will never do something that'll just blow my entire life up for my whole family. I will never do anything that gives them reason to be truly ashamed of me. They're ashamed of me as it is, but that's them being assholes. But I didn't cause it. That's their issue. I can't control how they feel. I can only control what I do. And I've never done anything that would make me want to run away and hide and be like, oh my God, I just made my whole family look bad. Never. The things that I talk about on here, they're just experiences. I'm not out to destroy somebody. That's her whole thing. She wants to destroy him and make money doing it. That makes her a lowlife in my eyes. Not even the sex stuff. I don't care. Get every hole fill you want. I don't care. You like midgets? Go for it. Leave the animals and children alone. I don't even care. And leave the dead bodies alone. Dude, I have seen so many. I don't know what is going on with my feed wall, but there's way too many things of this person caught with in the morgue or what. I'm like, what? I can't. That's not experimentation. That's a mental problem. You got problems. Drake and Kendrick have been hating on each other. Drake is a plant. He was given his fame from his dad, paying for it. It's caused problems. Kendrick came from the real ghetto. Those are the roots. I see. Lady's feeling it. She's like, they all plants. You went real. You went real ghetto. That's how I heard it in my head. Girl, they all plants. I'ma die. Anyway. Pulmonary embolism. God, it's another person I'm adding to my prayer list. God, at this point, I really think I'm just going to talk to God and be like, you know what? The list for people I'm not praying for is a lot shorter. So you already know the list. Just take care of everybody because this world is so fucked. Andrea, yep, in a hospital ICU for a week. Oh, honey, I am so sorry. Like I said, I'm praying for you. I know what it's like to have that mess up your whole body. So I've been lucky too in that regard with the clots. Like they haven't been a factor. And with the lymphedema, that would be really, really that would be fatal for me. So I mean, I have a hard enough time with circulation. Can you imagine? I can't. But I'm praying for you. If you could all send healing, wonderful thoughts toward Andrea and toward Suzanne and everybody out there who's dealing with stuff. So many people come here because they have, physical issues and they just want to forget it for a while, or they have all this pain, this physical pain. And sometimes coming here when we go over the traumatic stuff and I'm in like emotional pain and I'm releasing that and I'm crying and you're crying with me. It's one way to just lower your pain, like empty out the pain bucket a little bit. You can't get rid of the physical, so let's work through some emotional pain, and it's a little bit of a release. It opens the release valve a little bit, takes a little of the pressure off. And I think that's why a lot of you come here, because you get to either cry it out or laugh it out or whatever. And we're all dealing with a lot. The world is hard. It is hard out there. It's hard out here for a pimp, but no, it is. It's very difficult dealing with life right now. As long as we have each other, whatever purpose I serve in this world, I hope it's to make people feel better. I do. I hope it's to make them feel better about themselves and just feel better on the daily. I don't like seeing people sad. I don't like seeing people in pain. It hurts. So if I can alleviate any of that, even for a couple minutes, then I feel like I won for the day. I did. It's a victory for me. And you said, now, yes, it seems like it's been amped up, just like Big and Pac, to turn our attention away from something. I mean, they're turning our attention away from everything. We're looking at Trump. We're looking at this. We're looking at college campuses. I wonder what's going on overseas that we're not seeing. What's going on in our backyard? It's not like they're taking care of us. Just how are they going to screw us over? Oh, look, they took away our ability to talk. That's great. The real ones seem to wind up being used and they don't even realize it. Even back with NWA, and I think a few of them saw it, it caused rifts. Ice Cube, yeah. There's my winning reality. Hello, sweetie. I'm a half hour behind. Stop. Andrew said, scanned twice and they couldn't find where they had broken off from, then stated it was the jab only thing, that the jab was the only thing it could be. Yeah. Yeah, my doctors still are not at that stage. They still won't admit that. Like they're like, no, it's the Lyme. It's the Lyme that I didn't have for years and years and years and never knew I had, and suddenly it caused it had a resurgence and it woke up and infected every single part of my body. Really? That one? We talking about that one? Gee, I wonder what's known for reawakening dormant autoimmune diseases. Let me think. There's only one thing I've done different and one thing that showed an immediate change in my health. So, whatever, but they don't want to admit it. God forbid. And you said, oh, heck, what's wrong with Ozempic? The doctor put my husband on it. Yeah, look into it. It causes a whole bunch of different things. Allegedly, because I'm not getting sued by no fucking pharma company. But I'll see if I find, there's a Russell Brand did something on it. So did Tucker, I believe. I'll see if I find it and I'll send it to you. Don't depend on me though. Like, do a search on it because I forget shit. Lady Awesome, the template blueprint is there. The music industry just pumps out what they want. Tupac went to a performing arts high school and just played a hard gangster. He wasn't a hard gangster that he wasn't, just like Drake. Yeah. I mean, that's what they do. They cultivate an image and you have to live out that lifestyle. That's why a lot of like, I've seen things where like these black rappers are like, yo, like I wasn't like that. I was trying to get out of the hood. I was trying to get out of that lifestyle. And they wouldn't even let me spend my money the way I wanted to. They told me I had to buy this. I had to look this way. I had to finance myself, but I had to keep up this like appearance. So it was all jewelry and rims and, you know, flashy cars and, you know, hard partying. And I had to hang out with people I didn't like. And like, it was a whole thing because they weren't selling the music. The music sucks. They're selling the idea. That's dangerous because people, they can't maintain false identities. Some people are better at it than others, but you realize the ones that were so far afield of who they really were, that image that they were projecting was so different than their natural, authentic self. They're the ones that are gone because they were either, you know, drugged up and done away with, or there was a mysterious shooting and, you know, we don't know who did it. We know who did it. Like, we know you won't admit to it. Or there are these unbelievable crashes that happen out of nowhere and whatever. Like, that's what they do. That's what they do. They're like, oh, his mask is slipping. Got to get rid of him. Oh, she's not living up to like the, you know, the hype of who she was. They're not taking, you know, they're not swallowing that pill. They're not believing that she's really like that. She can't maintain it. She's of no use to us. That's all right. We'll replace her with somebody at a lower income, like lower salary. We'll pay them less. They'll be younger. We'll groom them quicker. You know, they'll be more adaptable. They'll be more resilient. We'll get what we can out of them. Then we'll move on to the next person. That's all they do. They just keep filtering through these people. You know, you run out of your usefulness, they just get rid of you. Or they create some like huge scandal around you where you're not coming back from that. So your career is over anyway. They don't have to worry about you. And they discredit you to a point where you can't open your mouth because you're like, I signed all these NDAs, but if I go and sue them, like they have all this stuff that they, you know, manufactured about me to sell the idea of me. And now they're using it against me. So they're going to bury me one way or another. And these people find that there's no way they can win. So they just dwindle off into the ether. You know, that's why half these, you think about old Hollywood, how many of those actors and actresses became recluses for the last, 50 years of their life? That's some shit. You put in the first like 30, 40 years of your life dedicated to your career. You build all this like this money and this reputation. Then all of a sudden you just disappear because they won't let you enjoy the other half of your life because you're no longer useful to them. You know, you've outlived your usefulness. And they wind up like addicted to all the drugs that like the studios put them on. They wind up with alcohol problems because they have to constantly deny who they really are. You know, their relationships fall apart because they're gay and they're not straight, you know, but they're pretending to be married to this other chick or other dude or whatever. And it's just, it's a shit show. It really is. That's why when people like, they're like, oh, you know, this actor said, why are you listening to actors? Why? I don't get it. They're celebrity, but they're celebrities. I don't care. Are they celebrities for being geniuses? No, they're celebrities for being able to sell you an idea. They go up on screen and you're not thinking, oh, there's Dolly Parton acting out. You get into her character and then you attribute that character to her and then it's all a whole big thing. But they literally get up there. I'm not saying anything bad about Dolly. I love Dolly, but that was the first thing that came to mind. But like you have these actors, they're selling you reality. They're altering your reality. You are literally buying into the fantasy and believing it. And whether you know it or not, it takes root in your mind and it becomes a thing. It's all prior knowledge. And sometimes you're like, I heard this thing. You don't know if you heard it in a movie. If it's just a passing thought, but something like rings it up in your head and you're like, oh, I've heard that before. You don't know if you heard it in a movie, if you heard it on the radio, if you saw it in a play. You just know you've heard it before. So it gives it It gives it credence. And you're like, oh, but it must be true. Same thing with the Stormy Daniels thing. Like the way she brought up Donald Trump's daughter. That supposedly they were, him and her were in bed, and he was like, oh, you're beautiful like my daughter, or some bullshit. First of all, it didn't fit into what they were doing or saying in any way, shape, or form. I can't see him bringing that up, but she threw that in there, and everybody's like, oh, I don't believe that, he said that to her. And I was like, no, I believe that whoever's writing her script knew enough that the first time he was running for president, they were all like, oh, he said his daughter's attractive. He's this, and he's attracted to Ivanka. They tried to make it a thing. It didn't go anywhere. Because Ivanka was like, are you stupid? Like, she was like, no. Like, she shut it right down. No. Like, my daddy's not the hair sniffer. You got a hair sniffer. Why don't you go look at him? But, it was against Hillary. So they didn't have that. But if Joe was coming up at any time in the future, they could always use this against Trump. Oh, well, he did this with his daughter. Whatever. No, he didn't. And they didn't count on Ivanka being like, nope. I have the best dad in the world. Like, nope, you're not going there. But they had done that for the 2016 campaign run. They tried to make that narrative run. Everybody heard it, but you might have forgotten about it because it wasn't a thing anymore. And now in the middle of this Stormy Daniels thing, they bring it up, and she's like, oh, and he said da 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 da. And what is that going to do? I mean, something in your brain goes, oh, I've heard that before. Oh my God, what do I know about this? Oh my God, the first time they brought that up, they said that, oh, maybe they were right. Now, if you want to believe that narrative, now you have corroborating evidence, quote unquote, evidence in your head. They give you a callback to something that they tried to tell you before, tried to convince you of, and now it's repetitive. Oh my God, I've heard this more than once. And the people that want to believe it, that's all they need to rationalize holding that as truth. They're like, oh, they've said it more than once. It must be true. Well, I mean, I could say anything more than once. Oh, but this is like 10 years apart. This has been going on. Oh, that poor girl. Oh my God, that family. Oh my God, that man. Because they want to hate him. They want to believe it. And now, here you go. Here you go. They just feed you, the little tidbits and hope that something in your brain goes, oh, that corroborates everything I thought before. It's a callback to information that they've already given you, an agenda they already tried pushing that didn't work. But why let it just sit there? I can use it again. Bring it up again. It'll catch, even if it catches a couple people, it's still working for them. That doesn't work for me. It didn't fit into the conversation. It didn't fit into what they were doing at the time. And unfortunately for them, now when I hear things, my brain automatically goes, they tried pushing this bullshit before. Oh, I know what they're doing. Oh, they're trying to do this. They're trying to do that. And I get to see all the little games that they play. And while you can't unsee the things that they tell you, because you're just like, bleh, I don't believe they happen, but of course now my brain, latched onto that visual. It latched onto that narrative, and it won't forget it. It doesn't believe it, but that's still information that I have that's not true. So I have misinformation roaming around my head. I don't know how it'll be used in the future, but now it's there. That's what they want. It doesn't have to take root now. But somewhere down the road, they'll bring it up again and you'll remember. You go, oh my God, that's the third time I heard this. Now it's holy writ. It's in stone. You don't need the evidence. Your brain said, oh, well, since 3 times, got to be true. Got to be true. No, it doesn't. I could repeat the same lie over and over and over. It's still going to be a lie. Will it be a lie you believe? Sure. If you want to. It doesn't take a lot for people to self-delude. It really doesn't. They just need a little bit of encouragement and they will run with that shit. If they don't want to like Trump, they are going to latch onto every single thing. I got into an argument on Twitter yesterday with some dude who was like, oh, well, he's out there threatening and intimidating. That's not legal. First of all, who did he threaten and intimidate? Well, he's out there talking mean. Oh, boo fucking who? Cry more. He's talking mean. It's not like people are out there saying nice things about him. And yeah, two wrongs don't make a right. But guess what? He's allowed to defend himself. And they're restricting him from doing that. They're letting him get slammed by every motherfucker under the sun that has a story to tell. Doesn't have to be true. Doesn't even have to be corroborated with any kind of physical evidence. It's just all just conversation, hearsay, rhetoric, just bullshit. They're all allowed to do it and bury him, but he's not allowed to stand up for himself. Oh, no. No. They can drag him to court for like farting in the wrong direction. But Joe Biden, who like went and did all this actual criminal shit, he's too old to stand trial. But he's not too old and demented to run the country. Welcome to Clown World. We all live here. We're just waiting for for the circus to end so we can go back to normal life. That'd be great. I just want to rewind like 8 years. 8 years would be good. Just go back to the way things were. I was happy. I was healthy. I was running around doing whatever, having a good time with my kids. But you can't go back. You could always only go forward. So going forward is what we shall do. Lady Awesome Scott, like Chris Rock said about Colby Bryant accuser, you didn't go to his hotel room for no milk and cookies. That's right. That's right. I'm sorry. I found myself in many situations where I'm like, how the hell did I get here? But never did I say, oh my God, I did this and I didn't know that this is what they expect. You knew and you went. Good God. And then trying to fucking paint Trump as a submissive. Oh, stop it. Like, we'll get into that in a minute. I'm trying to catch up in chat and I keep squirreling. But I did warn you. It's What the Fuck Wednesday. I thought Donald Trump was with Ivanka. Well, I'm so confused. No, Ivanka is the daughter. Ivana was his wife. Ivana take everything. And she died anyway. She died recently. I think it was like within the last 10 years. I watch Emily D. Baker about Trump. Sure, she's on it. I mean, I don't remember Emily's take about Trump. I really don't. We didn't really talk about Trump during the whole Johnny Depp thing. It was all Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And Elaine. Like everything was about Elaine. Because Elaine's a shit show. And Rottenborn with the, can you repeat that? Yeah, uh-huh. Mr. Rottenborn, can you repeat that? I have other uses for your throat. One more time. I have other uses for your throat. I don't know. The gotcha he thought that was. That tickled me. Trump is currently in court fighting stupid crap because the other political opponents keeping him from campaigning for president election in November. Yeah, that's the whole point. The lady with the purple hair, I recommend watching. Oh yeah, we all love the facts, not fuckery. Yeah. Emily and Tug were my introduction to YouTube, which led me to, Joe and Nick, which led me to the amphibian and winning, and here I am. 30 minutes behind reading chat, Shelly. Oh my God, that proves that you're good at talking and go off in your own thought. Always, honey. I can do that. Not sure it's a good or a bad thing. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. It's a me thing. It's what I do. Good M. Amber. Hello. Suzanne, he loves you, Shelly. I don't know who we're talking about because I'm way behind, but I'm a lovable kind of girl. I say that, but I don't believe it. Got his pub. Good morning, good day, good whatever. God, you almost got me to say it. And she only wrote good M, and I still put the rest of the words. Son of a bitch. Got her. What's up, my lovey? How are you? She's so funny. I never talk anymore, like when I go to her chat, because it derails her. But last night I said something, and her whole panel, she had 5 people on panel. It was her and 4 other people. They were all talking. They're talking over each other, and they're loud and whatever. They're into what they're saying, and all you hear is her go, Shelly. The whole happy. And I'm like, no. I was like, no. It was so funny though, because she was so quiet. And then all you hear is Shelly, like real quiet. I was like, oh God. Girl, you make me laugh every time you do that. It feels so good when you do that. Oh my God, Shelly, you're shocking me with these wrestling facts. Wow, you right into it. Oh, that's nice naming him after Bray Wyatt. I watch you in Winning Rallies live streams. They're awesome. Oh, thank you. We have a good time when we stream together. We do. Yeah, no, he's taken it upon himself to completely educate me as to the wrestling world, and I'm completely addicted. It's terrible. I react more than he does. Like, we'll watch all the things together, and I'm just sitting here screaming and yelling and, oh, come on. You know, I get all into it. And then I'm like, are you there? Because you're not even like breathing. No, I'm here. But I'm busy yelling, so I guess I don't really give him a whole lot of opportunity to yell for it. Oh my God, today Harlem is looking to home his 4 kittens. Aw. Oh, I wish I was closer. I'd take one. Will said, I'm impressed, Shell. I didn't know you knew all the names of the wrestlers also. Oh yeah, like I get into it. That's one thing. It took me a while to like really allow myself to enjoy it, because I was like, nope, I'm not getting an interest in something else. It's not going to happen. Like, no, I avoided this my whole freaking life. Like, no, bad enough I did the MMA thing and whatever. But of course, you know, the more he watched it, the more it was like, oh yeah. And I'm like, what is that about? Who are you talking about? Like, it said dropping the little seeds, like a little breadcrumb trail to, I got her. It's like trying to trap a feral cat. You just got to lead it to where you want it to go. And then the door falls down and I am a captive audience. But I do. I love it. I really do. And you said, I don't know. I sat my husband's pee this AM because he didn't lift the sit. If I hadn't just woke up, girl. Listen, it's... I mean, all right. I can't. You got a choice sometimes. Either they don't lift the seat and you sit on pee because they, you know, dripped or whatever, or they leave the seat up, you don't turn on the light and you sit and you're just right in the water. I hate either scenario. I really do. So I'm just a little more careful now when I go into the bathroom, because there's nothing worse than hitting that water. Nothing. It's cold. Nope. And then you're like, oh, please let him have flush. Please. Because it's just gross. But yeah. As long as you don't dial yourself. Oh, God. Mama dial herself. Have some fun. Wolfkinder. Okay, walking past the trees that smell like sperm. I still don't understand. Just thought you'd all like to know. Thank you, Wolfkinder. I still don't know what sperm smells like. I can't, like, smells. I guess I've never smelled sperm before. I mean, granted, don't think I really had that opportunity. I mean, it's not like savoring a meal. Like, you get the aromatic smell before you down it. I just downed it. Walking. We did that. Harlem went to. You need to describe what sperm smells like. Like equate it to something else. Because otherwise I'm gonna have no idea. And it really it kills me that I don't know what that smells like. I'm assuming I will at some point because now I'm curious. But for the most part, like I bypass the olfactory sense. Harlan went to pick up his paycheck from work yesterday. He just brought it in and put it. No, my woman said you can have it. Grandma, aw, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. He's a good kid. Will Raleigh, don't worry, Shelly. I cried most of Bray Wyatt's Sacramento. It was really nice and sad. So young. It was sad, but it was very touching. It was very inspiring. He was an awesome dude. And I hate that the good really do die young. It really does. And hopefully it ate some pineapple. Let me tell you something. If I have to smell it, it's bad enough that if you have to taste it, like you better be eating pineapple like a motherfucker. Like that better be part of your daily intake. Thank you, Suzanne, for putting his link up. She knows those trees. I don't know those trees. Shell gets off on the stream. Who knew? I mean, maybe. You don't know. Don't judge. Only God could judge me. And trust me, he already knows my degeneracy. He just looks at me and goes, girl. He's like, I knew I slipped on some of those ingredients. I gave you way too much sarcasm, way too much sass, way too much ass. Like, and I think I took your libido and I might have switched yours and like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Who's a hedonistic son of a bitch? From history. He maybe gave me Julius Caesar's or whatever. Cleopatra's more likely. Why is it when people say that they've been reincarnated, they were always somebody famous? Why weren't you Jane, the girl who got the well water on the farm in like, I don't know, Poland in like 1412? I don't get it. Like, why weren't you that person? Why weren't you a butcher? Like, why is everybody, I was Cleopatra. I was Mark Anthony. I was, like Laurence Olivier. My son's father, Eddie. He was like, he goes, I think I'm the reincarnation of Bruce Lee. I'm like, you realize that Bruce Lee didn't die till long after you were born, right? That's not how reincarnation works. Like, he'd have to be dead before you. No, that's not it. He came down and so you're possessed, but you're not reincarnated. You're possessed. That I'm willing to because you got demons. Speaking of, Michigan is under a state of emergency after a series of tornadoes pummeled the state. Oh, that ain't good. Oh, that ain't good. This world, man. This weather is crazy. I was going to say something piss winning off, but let me not. I was going to blame it on something, but no, that would get me a one-way ticket to the bad girl room in a not good way. So no, I'm not going to bring up any conspiracies. That's the medical world with everything. Trust the science, my ass. I would trust the science. I wouldn't trust the scientists because they're all bought. It's hard to not trust facts. The thing is, they're hiding facts and manipulating other facts and turning them into non-facts. So it's like, I'd rather trust the science than the scientist. I'll be perfectly honest. DUI guy, that's a big channel. I was watching a police video of these like people that got picked up by the cops and were like illegally detained and whatever. And the second, it was 3 different ones. And it was like these people knew their rights and their lawyers knew their rights and fought for them. And it was just some little teeny tiny obscure channel. And I'm watching and I was like, wait a minute. The second one, I was like, oh shit, that's Lori. I was like, oh, so this is in Kentucky, but okay. Like, But it was Larry, and I was like, oh my God. And I got to watch him like try a case for like, I don't know, like 10 minutes of his thing. But he won it. And it was just, it was so funny. It was because I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, I know who that is. I would kill to see Nick get his lawyer on, like I would love to see him in court, not as a defendant or like, whatever. I want to see him like litigate in a court. I can't imagine it. I just imagine, like somebody he'll ask a question and the other side will be like, oh God, objection. And he'd be like, you fact. It's true. He'd do it. He would totally do it. That's completely Nick. Completely Nick.
Stop eating beans. Bangers and mash. Beans on toast. Stop.
Imagine Nick with the judge. If the judge was like, you're out of order.
Fuck you, you weird. Go away.
Because Nick don't give a fuck. He gives zero fucks, and I love him for it. Wait. I lost my place. Wait. The medical world. I did that one. Keep an eye out for the lawsuit and see you there. Thank you. Will said, you funny, Shelly. I hope so, because I don't have a whole lot of other positive attributes. I'm in a good mood. I told you. It's in the damn description. I just need to laugh. That was it. That's all I'm doing. I'm just going to sit here and just bullshit until nap time. I got it for free. It was on it 8 weeks, 4 years ago. I'm still losing tons of weight, muscle tone. That's the problem. I'm pretty much skin and bones now. Ozempic caused bad stomach issues. That's what it does. Yeah, it does. Bradford pear trees. I don't know if those are the ones that she's talking about. I know that those are the ones you say smell like baby poop. Those are the ones? I'll put Larry's contact info in the Discord. Awesome. Will said she's a lady in the streets, but a freak in the sheets. Mm-hmm. No, it's true. Like, that's what you want. That's what you want. Extreme stomach discomfort, nausea. Yep. It's horrible what Ozempic does. I'm English. Never heard that say. You're not English. You're British. You're British. But yeah, no, that we have tons of sayings. Oh my goodness. That hooker is lying through her teeth. Yep, she sure is. She sure is. My stupid dude is on Ozempic. She won't stop using it even after I pointed out stomach cancer. Oh my God. I was gonna say. Mm-hmm. I know, Amber, he doesn't know that saying. I'm sure we have a lot of like idioms over here that they've never heard over there. They have quite a few over there that they'll say something and I'm like, what? Like, and I'm pretty like up on the British slang. But yeah, certain things they'll drop and I'm just like, I don't speak your language. Common language divided by an ocean. Like, okay. Damn kids, sometimes no matter what, they refuse to listen to mom. Always. They know everything. Judge Maddie. You got to hit the rack. Aw. You got to hit the sack or the rack. Because if you're hitting the rack, that's playtime. If you're hitting the sack, well, that's also playtime. But then that's sleepy time. So there's a difference, Judge. Difference. Welcome, though. Happy Wednesday. We're just here bullshitting. I have so many thoughts in my head. I tried explaining to Winning how my brain works. If any of you have used like the microfiche at the library where you're going through like an entire newspaper like in one line and it just zooms past and you could stop it at any point and read like what's on the screen. You could go forward a little bit, go backward a little bit. That's how fast my brain works. Literally everything is on this like zoom kind of thing going through my head at horrible speeds, but I got like 4 or 5 going at once. And now they have like, there's black spots in each of them where I'm like, there's something's missing there, something's missing there. I have skips. It's like having an old record and you have like that little scratch and you just skip right over that line. And I'm like, damn it, but I know there's a groove there with a line that I want to hear and you can't. So my brain skips a beat. Another magic drug. Remember fen-phen? Yes, I remember fen-phen. Oh my God, it caused COPD. That's what they said. They said it caused blood pressure issues, it caused heart issues, and COPD. And then they took one of them away. I was like, you took one. What about the other? Oh, well, it's only in combination. I doubt it. Because together they work. And there was no genuine like link between one and the other. They thought we pulled it. I don't know why they pulled it. They were making tons of money off it. And it wasn't even like that. The side effects weren't that bad for people. It helped a lot of people. My mother lost a ton of weight on that. Go to pub. No, for me, it's bedtime. Sweet dreams, Maddie. Sweet dreams. Make sure you throw his link up there, please. Okay, and now it's time for the opioids to kick in and knock me out. Nice. That's what that weed did last night. I was hee. I gotta go sleep. I called my daughter out here and I was just like, oh, come here. Because she does this to put me to sleep. She does this roller up and down my legs to like stimulate the lymph nodes and the circulation and whatever. And it hurts, but it is kind of relaxing for me. So it does knock me out. And I don't know what happened. She came out here and she was saying something to me and she went to go do it. And I caught a giggle fit. And I laughed literally for 5 minutes straight. Don't know why. I don't know what I was laughing at. And she was like, what's wrong with your eyes? And I was like, why? What's wrong with my eyes? She was like, why are you only looking at one? Bro, I pulled a total Popeye. I had one eye squinted shut and I'm looking at it through the other one and didn't know it. I didn't know it. She was like, Mom, close your other eye. I closed mine. That was all she wrote. I was knocked out the minute I closed both my eyes. But she was like, what is wrong with your eye? Because I was just like staring at it through one eye for like the longest time. And I didn't know it. And she was like, okay. I was like, just go with it. Just don't question me. In my research, the USA denied and taught the baby boomers all about propaganda and used that against the younger generations. Of course, it's generational warfare. They use that to control the masses, in my opinion, and that's what rap is. Yeah, I mean, that's what they did. They pushed them down as low as they could. They ripped away their father figures. They made them absolutely dependent on the streets. And then they said, hey, if you ever want to get out of that situation, you're going to talk about this and you're going to sing that and you're going to do what we tell you. And here, because you know what it's like to live in that kind of thing, you can get that off. You can carry that kind of persona. And they made them do it. And then they infected all the other kids who had no dads at home, who needed somebody to look up to. And they're like, look at these guys. They're like us. They're making it. I'm going to be like that. I'm going to live that life. I'm going to live the thug life. Like, my little brothers have complete like hood mentalities. And I'm like, y'all realize you grew up middle class, right? Like, you're actually whiter than me. Like, and you're not acting like it. You're acting like you know what this is, yet you can't fight. Like, y'all don't know what to do. You got the attitude, but you don't have the skills to back it up. It's funny because you argue with one of my brothers and they will run away because they're pussies. You argue with me, I'm going to punch you in your face. Like, that's just how it is. And I'm not going to like talk about it first. I'm just going to punch you. I mean, maybe not now. I keep saying like, but I mean, that's where my brain goes. Hit that bitch. Like, that's immediately where my head goes. And then my body goes, bitch, we're 50. We're not hitting nobody. Like, back up. Go mind your business somewhere else. Have a cup of coffee, light a cigarette and get over it. Like, that's it. But yeah, no, they do. They infect them. And it screws up their life. They teach them that you don't need school and school is for losers and, be a thug and hang out with this gang and that gang. And the only people you could trust are your boys and you could turn on them because they betray you and fuck your family, fuck your dreams. Like you ain't never going to be no more than this. And they teach them to talk like I'm talking now. And it's like, why? Why? Take away the education, take away the critical thinking. Let's push racism. Let's make them hate white people. Like they think all white people hate them. We're not thinking about you. We're thinking about paying the mortgage. We're thinking about paying the car payment. We're thinking about furthering our lives. We're not worried about any other demographic. That's on you. Worry about you. When I meet people, I can honestly say this. I don't go, oh my God, he's a black man. I go, oh, look, it's this one. Like by their name. Oh, look, it's a lesbian. It will dawn on me. Oh, look, it's a dyke. Do I care? No, I really don't. I really don't. And I could call them that because, I got Christine. I love to send her pictures of the Dykes lumber as we pass it because we have one of those at the end of town. And I just take a picture of the Dyke sign and I send it to her and I'm like, thinking of you. And she's like, you're such a bitch. Because it's fucking funny. See, things are funny. I'm not racist. It's just fucking funny. But I meet people. I judge people by who and how they are. Like if I'm talking to somebody, I'm not thinking, oh, I'm talking to a black person. Oh, I'm talking to an Indian person. Oh, I'm talking to a Chinese person. Oh, I'm talking to a man. I'm talking to a woman. I'm thinking I'm talking to, Judy, Clark, whatever. Like whatever the hell your name is. That's what I'm thinking. I'm dealing with the individual in front of me. I'm not dealing with the whole race. I'm not dealing with a whole species. I'm not dealing with a color. I'm not dealing with your religion. I don't talk to Joe with the constant, like in the back of my head, he's Jewish, he's Jewish, he's Jewish. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I am an equal offense opportunity person. Like, I don't really care. I'm going to love you and offend you in equal measure, no matter what background you have. I just think it's stupid. Stereotypes, yeah, they are there for a reason, but for the most part, they're dumb. Especially when you're trying to apply a stereotype over several generations. You can't do that. I mean, you look, say you have a white male. Well, a white male Gen Zer is going to be different than a white male millennial, is going to be different than a white male Gen Xer, is going to be different than a white male baby boomer, is going to be different than a white male silent generation, forgotten generation, fucking prehistoric generation. I don't give a fuck. They're all different. But yet it's supposed to be like the whole friggin', like the whole race, the whole sex, the whole species. Like you can't do that. Times change. People change. Everybody wants to hold people that existed 250 years ago to the standards that we hold today. No, we've learned things, not always to our, betterment, sometimes very much to our detriment because we think we know more than we do. And then we get all, like full of opinions and we get, ethically, it's against my principle. No. See that it's not against principles. It's against your principles now. It's against your modern thinking. Your current thinking, your generational thinking. It was different then. Life was different then. They didn't have electric. They didn't have cars. They didn't have any of the shit that we have now. Just like we don't know the hardships that they went through. We can't possibly look at life and be like, oh, it was so easy for them. It was easy for them. A cold could kill them when they were like 2 days old. Like nothing. We don't think of that. That's not a hardship for us. We have medicines they didn't have. We have technology they didn't have. They had principles and morals we didn't have. They had different standards of living. They have different understanding of living. That's what people don't get. They're like, they treated them like animals. Okay, but they didn't know better. Or rather, they didn't know different. They based their values and their beliefs and their actions on what they knew at the time. Hopefully we continue to progress as people and get more, like learned about things. Now we've gone too far. They did like this evolutionary jump where apparently biology isn't a thing anymore and God doesn't matter and like values are that's for the weak. Like be individual. You can be an individual and have values. Jesus Christ. Like I don't understand it. And now they have to reject everything that ever came before. Don't do that. Learn from what came before. Try to make it better, but you got to look at yourself. This now we're living in a time where we're pointing fingers at everybody else. How about you improve you? Everybody should spend every day trying to improve their life and the life around them. And they don't. They're too busy pointing fingers at this is what made this happen. Whatever. Like something that somebody did 250 years ago, I'm not going to hold that against them. I'm not. It literally was being done by everybody. Was it right? No. Did they know that? Probably not. Probably not. They didn't have access to the things that we have. They didn't know shit about psychology. They didn't know anything about behavioral science. They didn't know any of that. They were literally like, oh my God, we're going to have 40 children. Why? Because, 3% of them are going to live because the world is out to kill them. And I would like my family name to live on. I need somebody to leave, my stuff to. It was different. And people keep acting like it's not. And they use that. They used it and they put it into rap and they did the whole, you were oppressed. And then, no, they weren't. None of them know what oppression is. They have no idea what it is to have to work for somebody else for no wages and get beaten and have to work 12 to, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's oppression. That's a hard life. Why you mad? Because you didn't get the newest video game? Because what, mommy couldn't afford the PlayStation, so she got you an Xbox? Shut up. Shut up. I deserve minimum wage. You lucky you getting paid at all. I don't get paid for half the shit I do. They didn't get paid at all. Oh, well, I suffer because that. No, they were stronger than you are. They were more resilient. They were survivors. They pushed through it and they made something of themselves against all odds. Everybody now is like, oh, the world is against me. I'm just going to roll into a bowl and die. How about you stand up and fight for it? And I don't mean fight with your fists. I mean, use your brain. Develop a skill. People who can't even like plug in a goddamn like air. What did I talk to Winning about the other day? We were talking about like different skills that different people have. And I was like, I grew up in a family of mechanics. I do not expect him to be a mechanic. That's not his area. He knows all sorts of manly stuff. That's great. You do that. I don't expect you to know everything in the world. He has skills I don't have. I have skills he doesn't have. It works. My whole thing is I say, if you could do the heavy lifting, we good. Like, thumbs up. I don't need you to know how to take an engine out of a fucking car. I can hire somebody to do that. I don't need you to know how to do the plumbing. I mean, certain kinds of plumbing, but in the house, no. Like, I don't need somebody around who is an electrician. Is it nice? Of course, because expensive. But I mean, those are things I don't expect. But he has other really admirable, like valuable qualities. Same way I can't do a lot of things. Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot I can't do. I could learn. But there are things I just don't know how to do. And that's okay. It's okay for me to not have those skills. I am good in other areas. But at least I have skills. These kids don't have any skills. None. And it's like, come on. And that's how they get them. They dumb them down. They take away any role model that they can have. They convince them that life is too hard for them to ever overcome because the white man's out to get them. And they create this like hatred culture. And it's sad because it doesn't have to be that way, but they want it that way. The division is the goal. We're easier to control in small groups. The Hollywood peanut machine was always a thing. Look what they did to Shirley Temple and Judy Garland. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What they did to child stars was ridiculous. What they did to their other stars was ridiculous. Not Rita Moreno. Who was it? Rita Hayworth, I think. They put her through so much torture. Lana Turner, same thing. Yeah, it was ridiculous. And they just passed these people around like they were nothing. And you know what? The people wanted the careers. They wanted the money. So they went with it. Yeah, it does take two or more. Keep them on a low vibration. They never advance. Yep, that's what they do. They constantly tell them all of this is against you. Hate it, get angry. You can't think straight when you're angry. So of course they can't make the right decisions. Not okay for Shirley at that young of an age dancing with a lollipop doodles. Oh yeah. Well, how many movies do you see like the men who are like the meeting land? They kiss her on the mouth all the time. And I'm like, bro, she's playing my daughter, but she's not your daughter. So stop it. Like, you stop it. I see all these old movies in such a different way now. Like, and it bothers me. Trump's adult children like him. That means more to me than, yep, absolutely. More than any of the media can tell you. Abso-freaking-lutely. Yes, please. Let's go back. I want to go back to 1985. That was a good year. And I'd still have daddy and I'd be away from my father. And that was just a really good time. And that was a major, like, if I went back with the knowledge I have now and I got to like go back right into that little, 11-year-old body, I would live so different. So different. I say this a lot. Trump never throws the first punch. Never. He doesn't really punch back. I mean, they take what he says. I think what he says is mild. He teases. Like, I mean, it's a little malicious, but I mean, they're full malice. But it's a Northeast thing. I don't care what any of these people tell you. We're not like that. Right? Yes, we are. We're all aggressive. All of them. We are all aggressive. We watched and I hate to admit this, we watched this video last night of an elderly woman who was in a Publix, and she went up to this. Now, this woman is 80. She was 80 at the time. And she went up to this dude who had a service dog, and she started shit with him. You shouldn't have that dog in the grocery store. And he was like, it's a service dog. She was like, prove it. Show me. He was like, I don't have to show you shit. And she wound up like pushing or kicking the dog, and she kicked the dude in his ass, and she leaves. So they call the cops because she assaulted this guy. And the cop comes up to her in the parking lot, and she's like, oh, come on, give me a break. God damn it. She was like, I gave him a kick in the ass. Like, ah. And of course, this one, I'm watching with Winnie, and he's like, where he thinks she's from. I was like, she's not from Jersey. And if she is, it's South Jersey. I was like, but she sounds like she's from Massachusetts because she kept saying like, my cod. And I was like, but if she is from Jersey, it's South Jersey. I want to hear it. I was like, that is not a North Jersey accent. And he was like, and I was like, but she's not from Jersey. I was like, no, she's got to be from Boston. It's got to be from Boston. Like, no, like I refused. And then, of course, all the way at the end, she got arrested. She's in the cop car and she's bitching at the cop. And she's like, I'm 80 years old. He's like, I don't care. You assaulted a man. He was like, you went and got confrontational. And he's like, you're from here. And of course, they're in Florida because you could see the license on the thing. And I tracked down this bitch's address and everything from where she lived before. Because he was like, where are you from? She was like, I was originally from New Jersey. And I was like, motherfucker. I was like, God damn it. God damn it. I was so mad.
Motherfucker. Oh, God damn it.
I can't even tell you how hard Winning was laughing. Like it was just vindicated everything that he thinks. And I'm just like, and I know he just teases me, but it was just like, son of a bitch, I can't win. Like, and I was like, I'm looking up. There's no way she's from North Jersey. And I did because they gave her name. So I looked it all up and I was like, oh my God, absolutely. She's from Little Egg Harbor. I was like, South Jersey called it. She's one of them. She's from like the Pine Barrens and shit. Like, no. Like, I highly recommend watching that video. It's hilarious because she's like your mother. I was like, oh, shut up. Like, but she really was like, because that's I could totally see my mother going there. I gave him a kick. Jesus Christ. I kicked him. Jesus Christ, Shell. I kicked him in the ass. I didn't think they were going to throw me in jail. Well, now you're going to jail. But I'm 80. Well, you're going to sit there for a short time. Oh, God forgive me. That was a really mean joke. Knock, knock. I want it around for a little while longer, please. A lot while longer. Just, oh, Lord. God, don't manifest that. But yeah, no, it was hilarious. But we are aggressive. I mean, what am I going to tell you? I once told the expert, we say I love you, it comes out aggressive. I can't help that. We don't mean anything by it, but that's how Trump is. He doesn't say things to hurt anybody like most of the time. It's just easy to take anything he says as being abrasive and like, oh, I don't like that. He's like he's throwing a punch. He's doing this. He's doing that. He's insulting. No, he's just being a New Yorker. It's just how they are. EDB lives in Middle Tennessee now. However, she moved here from California. I don't know if the South has taken hold of her yet. Yeah, I don't think that she's on the Trump board. I don't think she's on the Trump train. I don't think she's like quite Gavin Newsom, but she does have purple hair. Just saying, it's an indication. Gutter, I love you derailing me, girl. I've heard something similar. I love you derailing me. I can hear you saying that in that voice that you use for me. Y'all, whenever she says hello to me, like she's like, "Hi, Shelly. How are you, Shelly?" I'm like, why do I get this sexy voice? It's so cute. But yeah, now I'm picturing you saying, "I love you derailing me." Like, you make me laugh. Maybe I could pick some sperm tree flowers and send them to you. No. Well, maybe. Girl, I'd give you my address. Send them to me. That'd be hilarious. You'd be like, Miss Peterson, can you come down and get your package? Why? Because it smells like sperm and it's distracting everything. all the hoes walking through the lobby. They're like, I smell my ex. No. That's hilarious. Wolfkinder. I'm a certified hypnotist. Wow. Registered with the National Guild. I have done past life regressions. Never had one that was a famous person. One woman was just constantly baking pies for her husband. Did they have arsenic in them? Because I could understand. That's fucking cool, though. That's an awesome job. That's amazing. Larry was on YouTube long before the Depp trial, but that's what blew him up. I've been following for over 2 years. Yeah, but it wasn't his channel. It was just a random case that they brought up in the middle of like this string of cases where the people were arrested, falsely. And I literally was watching. I was like, wait a minute, go back. I was like, oh, I know that hair pattern because, he's got a very distinct salt and pepper thing going on. And I was like, oh my God, I know who that is. And then they said his name and I was like, oh my God. It's funny because I didn't expect to see him there. And I used to mod for him on my old YouTube name, followed DUI guy from Law Talk with Mike. I love Law Talk with Mike. He's hilarious. The shit he watches on his channel. He has all the wild court proceedings. It's like, oh my goodness. Lady Awesome. Oh my God, the damn fen. The reason we can't have phentermine over the counter anymore. I know, right? Digital Soldier, nap time. You read my mind. First, I have to work. By the way, hi, Digital. First, I have to work at getting half of my old injuries to calm down. Then I can doze off once certain pains recede. I call it shutting down. Yeah, I do it too. I have to actually think about, like, okay, I'm not going to feel this. I'm not going to feel this. I'm not going to feel this. Because, I mean, I'm perfectly honest with you guys. I'm in tons of pain 24/7. But what am I going to do? I can't give into it. I got to ignore it. Yeah, I can't. There's no sense in me bitching about it because it's not going away. And there's nothing I could do about it. And I'm not taking meds. So everybody's like, well, why don't you take Tylenol? Because I don't want to, like, continue to kill my stomach. Like, I'm trying to go as natural with the supplements and everything as possible. I don't want to keep putting crap in my body. I feel better, but that doesn't mean I feel less pain. I feel more pain because I don't take any pain meds anymore. So hitting that joint last night was like, oh, it was so nice. It was so nice. You have no idea. It literally felt like my whole body just said, like an AOL disconnect. Like it just dropped the connection. I didn't feel or hear nothing. It was great. But I don't want to, like, do that too often because I enjoy being present. I enjoy being alert. And that just made me silly. Everything that Winning said was silly. Everything that Joe said was silly. I listened to Nick and I was like, oh my God, I'm clipping things out of Nick's stream because they were funny. Like, whatever. Like, I need to be me. Lady else. Just like Maham, they took that away from us too, bastard. Maham. What's Maham? I'll be upset if any damn autocrat Ma Wang. Oh, all right. Ellie, how you doing, Ellie? How far behind am I? Oh, I'm only what? 10 minutes? I'm 10 minutes behind in chat. Woohoo. Nope, I never could watch those old movies. I love the old movies. I really do. Y'all are violent and scrappy for no reason. Who, me? No. I'm not violent and scrappy. Well, I mean, I used to be. I used to be. There, I'm all caught up. Woo! And you know what we say around here? Me catching up? Am I going to stay there?
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
And there you go. But no, like we were in, Ellie was there when we were in Joe's chat. And I mean, the conversation, y'all, it was hilarious. It was, it's another ingredient in over-the-counter diet pills that they made illegal. Yeah, they didn't make those. Did they ever take Dexatrim off the market? My mother was taking that for like a while. And I remember, excuse me, guys. That came out of nowhere. See, it's true though. Superstitions, they rule my life. She was taking Dexatrim and she called me. I was at school. I was in college and she called me. She was like, oh my God, I think I'm going to die. I was like, oh my God, what's the matter with you? Oh, which is why everyone took Dexatrim back in the day. See, even your sneeze sounds scrappy. Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate that. But we think so much. I know. But she called and she was like, I think I'm going to die. I was like, oh my God, what's the matter? She's like, my heart, I'm having a heart attack. I was like, go to the hospital. She said, no, it'll pass. I was like, woman. And she was just like, no. It's just my heart is racing and I can't, like, it's palpitating and I'm sweating and I'm shaking. And I was like, what'd you do today? Because she sounded like she was like, hi. And I was just like super speed. I said, what'd you do today? She was like, nothing. I'm at work and I can't. I was like, first of all, how many coffees have you had? She was like, this is only my second cup pot. I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, no. Did you eat something? Did you just have a cigarette? Maybe there was something in your cigarette. Maybe you got one of those like happy cigarettes by accident. And she was like, no. She was like, I woke up and I started this new diet. And I was like, what new diet? She's like, I can eat whatever I want, but I'm not hungry. I was like, okay, how does that work? She was like, well, there are these things called Dexatrim. I was like, stop right there. Like, no. I was like, do you have the bottle with you? And she was like, yeah. I was like, take it out and read it to me. And she was like, what? And I mean, we're talking about, this was back in the day, people. We didn't have like, take a picture and I could look it up or whatever. No, it was take the bottle out and talk to me on your corded phone and tell me what it says. And I was like, listen, do not fuck with me, Ma. Read the whole goddamn label. And she was like, well, where do you want me to start? I said, find the beginning of the label and start in the upper left-hand corner and we'll work our way across. Okay. So she's reading, and I was like, did you hear what you just said to me? And she was like, what? I said, what were the possible side? It says it right on the friggin' bottle, Ma. What does it say? May cause heart palpitations or slightly elevated pulse rate. And that was like on just one of them. And it said, who's not supposed to anybody with a heart condition? You should seek a physician's advice. And she was like, but it's over the counter. I said, do you think that they don't like sell things on those counters that can kill you? Like, hello? I was like, I know that's the new pill, right? She was like, yeah. I said, and what's the description on the front? It just says Dexatrim. I said, you lying bitch. Tell me what it said. It was like maximum strength ultra Dexatrim. I was like, this is her first time out and she took double the amount. She wonders why she's having a heart attack over here. I was like, just go like splash some water in your face and just sit down and don't talk to nobody. And she was like, I'm not going to die. You're not going to die. But if you start getting like a lot of pain, go to the hospital. But I mean, it did work for her, but she had to also like take it with something and take the right amount and maybe not take it right before you go to work. Take it an hour before so it kicks in and you could acclimate and it'll give you a little boost to get to work. But oh my God, she drove me nuts. There was another one besides Dexatrim. It was Supra something. But it was this weird thing. And she took it and it was like, really? It was something Max. Something Max. And it was just like, really, Ma? Like, you keep taking all this shit, but she'd only take it for like a month. And she'd be like, I've been taking this for a month and I haven't lost anything. Have you taken it every day? No. Have you taken it 3 times a day like they told you to? No. I wanted them to last longer. Okay, here's the thing. They're going to last longer, but they're not going to be as effective. Well, what does that mean? It means you're going to have to take them longer. So yeah, you're taking them longer because you have to take them longer, but you're stretching them out. So you're not getting your money's worth. So you're wasting your money from the get-go. You're so negative, Michelle. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't let my logic and facts get in the way of what you want to do. Don't let that influence you at all. You live in your own little delusion. That's my mother. Digital said Trump hitting back is the biggest reason why I like him. Hell yeah. Pre-Trump GOP always backed down and refused to stand up to the establishment in DC. He can't be framed or bribed, and he has trusted bodyguards. Oh yeah, like that's the whole thing. Like he's not taking anybody's crap. And they're like, he's mean. He's mean because he won't let you slander him. He's mean because he won't let you lie about him. He's mean because he won't let you lie about each other and cover up for each other and do your typical like liberal circle jerk. Like, why? Because he's saying, hey, guess what? They like saying this about me and that about me. That's all lies. What about what they're doing? Where is that laptop? Just to ask, why is a dementia patient who walks around like a retarded robot running the country? Who's really running the country? Why does Michelle have on like what? Not Michelle. Like, why does Jill have on like the bedazzled friggin' bullshit that she wears? Like, why does he look like he's taking a crap in the middle of the sidewalk? Like, ask the right questions. He's like, you're looking at things about me that you fabricated, but you're not looking at the real things that are going on in real time in your own White House. Really? Okay. And he tells them that, and they don't like that. They're like, oh, How dare you call us on our bullshit? How dare you point out our inconsistencies? How dare you point out the salacious ways we go around things? There was no reason for her to be asked those questions on the stand. None of that had to do with the charges that I still don't understand because they're still bogus. You know what that was?
Hypocrisy.
That's all that was. That's all it was. They're so hypocritical. They're like, oh, good God, like we're busy lying about you. Why are you not swallowing this? Why are you not believing the narrative we're putting out? God damn it, we're the friggin' Democratic Party. We're the Democrat Party. Like, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a liberal. I don't care if you're a conservative. A lie is a lie. And the thing is, they're doing it with such regularity now that they're actually educating us in a way I don't think they expected. They're teaching us what bullshit to look out for. They're showing us their patterns. And it's becoming more and more evident that they have that whole, hey, look over here. And we're like, yeah, oh my God, wait a minute. Why do you have me looking over here? What are you hiding? Like they're making us get suspicious, which I think is great. I think we need to be suspicious. I think we need to question everything. Don't go off the fucking rails and off the reservation and be like, oh, I'm going to believe, like the aliens did it. Stop it. But investigate. Don't take things at face value. Don't automatically think, oh, well, I voted for this person and I thought he was good when I voted for him, so he must be telling me the truth. Yeah, okay. Politicians, they're still human. You're like, people aren't like that, really? So then nobody ever gets divorced, right? Because you don't marry somebody thinking that they're one thing and then they turn out to be something else. Or you turn out to be something else. And you have to separate because that's not the person you married. They're not who they said they were. They fooled you into being intimate with them every day for weeks and months and years, sometimes decades. They were able to fool you on a personal level and they were right there in front of you. You think it's any harder for them to do it through the media? They have known strategies that work. They've been proven. They know what they're doing. They're masters of manipulation. All of that is out there. And we're starting to see it. We're starting to see the cracks. The mask is slipping. And they're seeing that too. And they're going to get desperate and they're going to ramp it up. That's my fear. My fear is always what comes next. Because what they're doing isn't working. Their house of cards is collapsing so quick. So quick. Where there are judges who can't keep going. I mean, this Judge Mashan, he's an ass. And he's got brag. So, they're going to push that whole thing as far as they can, no matter how stupid they look. Jack Smith going to push it as long as he can, no matter how stupid he looks. No matter how they're discredited, no matter what corruption they're called on, no matter how much they're pointed out to be liars and charlatans. But Judge Cannon, I'm proud that she was like, you know what? I can't. You guys got way too many issues. There are way too many contradictions and inconsistencies and lies. There's tampering. I gotta step back and look at all this. And we're going to do this on my timeline, not yours. I really don't give a fuck about your agenda. We're going to do this right. And I have a feeling she's going to look at it and be like, what is this bullshit? She knows. She knows that there was tampering. And now she knows that everybody else knows. And it's going to rebound back on her. She continues to go with it. So she had the balls to say, nope. We're going to discontinue this for now and we're going to put a pin in it. I need to look at this. Whether she looks at it or not, I can't judge, but she's buying time. That's all she's doing at this point. And that's fine because that works in our favor. It does. We need solid leadership. We need somebody with balls. We need somebody with a big mouth who has a reputation for making deals and not taking shit. And the best part is he knows the game now. He knows what goes on behind the scenes. He knows how to handle things. Hopefully his picks will be better this time. He'll be able to vet people out better. He'll go with his instincts instead of everybody else's. He won't depend so heavily on, people that were there before him. Like Fakey with his bullshit medical advice. He was touted as he knows everything. He's the most trusted. He was around for AIDS and he's a saint among doctors, whatever. So of course we all fell for it. So did he, because he was getting the same information we were. Somebody depended on somebody that was there for literally like 2-3 generations. He was supposed to be reliable and on the side of the country. It was his first time in. Like, how could he know that the other ones had an agenda when they'd been there forever? Like, they didn't seem like threats. They seemed on the up and up. And it bit him in the ass. It bit all of us in the ass. I don't think he's going to go in with that same like rose-colored glass look. He's going to go in like, all right, he's going to go in with shit kickers on and get shit done. That's what we need. And we need it to happen yesterday. And y'all know that there's one thing about him. That man don't sit still. He's typical, New York businessman. Line that shit up, knock it down. Boom, 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 boom. That's why, like, when she was like, oh, he was just lounging around. He don't have time to lounge around with you. Bitch, he's always on the move. And then he was juggling more than he's juggling now. Because it was all new. And he didn't have the people around him that he could count on that he has now. So, yeah, Stormy Daniels is a whore and she's full of shit. Oh, by the way, I just want to, if somebody could throw up the link for Joe's Gifts and Go, I believe he's almost to his $25,000 goal. Last night he was at $23,000, so he got less than $2,000 to go. He was like at 23.3. So if we could do that, and if you don't already subscribe to Joe Neerman, Good Logic, please do so. We're trying to get him closer to 100,000. I was very proud of him last night. He was like, don't worry about it. By hook or by crook, I am going to get to 100,000. I am going to get to 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's like, and then I'm going to get to 200,000 and 500,000, maybe even 1 million. He's like, there's no stopping me. And I was so proud of him in that moment. I really was. Because I was like, good. That's the attitude to have. Fuck YouTube. YouTube is asshole. You can do this. Keep going. You keep pushing. You keep fighting. And we'll be right there cheering you on. I love me some Good Logic. I do. We're all struggling out here. All of us. Don't forget, please, whoever is doing links, I don't know who's doing it or who's still here. If you could throw up Joe's link, if you could throw up Winning Reality's link, please do that. Tonight, I believe is it tonight or tomorrow night? Let me look it up. We have an upcoming. All right, so he's doing the CERN thing tomorrow night. So tomorrow night on Unveiling Reality, he will be doing Deprogramming the CERN Conspiracy Grift Forever and the Mandela Effect byproduct, which is awesome. I'm looking forward to that one. It's funny because during his streams, I don't talk a whole lot because I'm like really listening. But this one I'm looking forward to because I didn't know anything about the harp one that he did. So that was all new to me. That was a lot for me to take in. But the CERN, I heard a little bit about those. So I'm really looking forward to that one because it's like, oh, like that's been in novels. They've used that as like a whole premise in like weird fantasy novels and whatever. So I'd like to learn about it. That's a conspiracy. I want him to blow up. No pun intended. But yeah, Joe is still working to ungag Trump. And I love how everybody like on the internet, they're like on Twitter arguing that, oh, well, why shouldn't he be gagged? It is unconstitutional. But he's mean. Shut up. You can be mean. You can be mean. It's okay. It's still free speech. I don't have to like what you say, but you still have the option to say it. You have the right to say it. And I would rather know exactly what's going on in your head so I know whether you're somebody I have to like navigate around, if somebody I have to shut down, somebody who's going to be against me later. Like, I need to know all that. But yeah, so check out Joe's Give, Send, Go. I hate the way I say that. Give, Send, Go. And you'll find it there under Ungag Trump. And it's just to pay his lawyer's fee. And if you could check out last night's thing, he had his lawyer on. It was funny. It was really funny. And then he went into the Stormy Daniels thing. But it was really good. It was. Nick's stream was good too. These dudes are killing me with their late night streams because they're interesting enough that I want to watch them, but I'm like, I need to sleep. It doesn't make for a happy Shelley in the morning. Digital said irrelevant testimony portraying Stormy as a victim. Yeah, she ain't no victim. But she was pursuing Trump for a spot on The Apprentice. She said it in the thing. She said, I wanted money. They were like, well, why did you, like tell this person? Because I wanted money. Well, why'd you go to lawyer? Because I wanted money. I wanted money from Trump. And they said that I could get more money. So I went after him again. Like, what the hell? Pretending Trump was flaunting his body posing on the bed versus flaunting his wealth. He was not flaunting his body on the bed. He was laying on the body because he's a man who's used to getting what he wants. And he'd already fucking, given her dinner and conversation. What was left? Oh yeah, come. Let's go back to like a room with a bed in it and not fuck. Okay, yeah. Because any man has ever said that. Hell, I don't know any woman who's like that. If she brings you back to the bedroom, it's not so you can look at her shoes. I mean, unless that's your thing. But she's not bringing you back there to be like, oh, see, this is my bedroom. We'll just sit here and watch TV. No, that's what you got a living room for. Stop calling it the bedroom and call it the fuck room. This way, everybody who walks in knows what goes down in there and knows what to expect. Just label your room for the function it has. Stormy Daniels is a lying liar who lies. Yes, she's a dirty, rotten hoe, is what she is. And these hoes ain't loyal. I should have known you got it handled, that Wolfram. I'll be right back. Put kids down for a nap. Oh, it's that time. Joe Gibson go at. It's not at 18,000. Is it really? Stop. No, it's got to be higher than that. It was so much higher last night. Don't scare me. See, now I gotta look it up. Gifts and go ungag Trump. Fight for the First Amendment. $23,716. Nice. Oh, the goal has been up to 50,000. Damn, Joe. Although I will say, having seen his stream with the lawyer, that lawyer is going to be worth every penny. He's going to be worth every penny because there's so much that Joe didn't realize. Like, he was like, it's really nice having a lawyer because he knows so much more about like this immediate stuff, like this area, than I do. Because the lawyers that we know, let's face it, they're not those typical like kind of lawyers. I mean, yeah, there's Barnes. Barnes is used to doing that. But most of the lawyers that we know on LawTube haven't practiced, especially in a court, for like ever. I mean, Rob, yes. And you see Rob is a different creature. Ian, different creature. Larry, different creature. But they're all still in the courtroom. Most of the guys we know are like, no, not doing it. The lawyer, like lead attorney, he doesn't do that stuff anymore. But he's got the knowledge. He can live off the knowledge, off the experience, and share that with people. So I'm glad that Joe has this dude in his corner. He picked well. And the guy seemed like really nice. He was joking at the end. He was like, next time I come back, I'll wear a tracksuit. I was like, oh, tracksuit mafia, how cute. But it's a Jersey thing. Whatever. Yeah, I'm proud of Joe. It takes a lot of balls to do what he's doing. There's no guarantee it's going to work out. It could be a huge drain on him. But it means a lot to him, and he's going to do it regardless. He's, like he said, he's out there with his little slingshot up against Goliath. He's up against a giant. All we could do is cheer him on and give him whatever support he needs. And he says that if you guys can drop him a note or a comment or whatever on his streams that just say, way to go, Joe, keep going. You're doing great. Just some kind of words of encouragement, because it can get very daunting. And we don't want the doubt that their opposition breeds. We don't want it to grow. I know when you're faced up against all these different people pushing back at you and people, deriding you and belittling you and mocking you for what you're doing because it's not what they want you to do. You lose momentum quickly. You can have a lot of self-doubt. And I don't want him to get there. He needs the encouragement. So if you guys can do anything, just keep encouraging him, because he's going to need it. The fight's only get harder. And that's the thing. The fight gets harder the, closer you get to, changing things. The more threatened they feel, the more they're going to throw obstacles in his way to try to deter him. And we just can't let that happen. We're a good group. We're a lot of good people out there. He's good people. Thank you, Castro, for putting that on Rumble. I appreciate it. But yeah, sometimes we follow, sometimes we lead, and sometimes we got to carry. If he ever gets to the point where he's just, sapped out, he can't give anymore, we're going to have to find a way to fill his bucket back up, man, and pick him back up. He got a big donation from Brandon Lesko, but Brandon made him do shots, which, I mean, why make him jump through hoops? Why? It's just, I'm so over the drinking grifts. I hate that they make him do that. They make anybody do that. I mean, granted, it's his choice to go along with it, but the guy sent the money, so of course he felt obligated to do it. He didn't have to. I was told winning. I said, shit, he should just use apple juice and be like, yeah, oh, look, I'm so drunk, gotta go to bed. And that's it. He's got stuff to do. By the way, he does believe that he's going to try to get in on Thursday to get into the courtroom. But he said he's going to have to show up there at 4:00 in the morning. 4:00 in the morning on a New York City street is not a fun place to be. It used to be. It used to be the thing to do. But now, no. He was driving through New York the other day on his way back from court where they didn't let him speak. And somebody was and they were like, oh my God, you're driving. Why don't you just take the subway? Bro, why do you hate Joe? Don't tell Joe to take the New York subway. That's how you die. Don't do it. Can't walk through it. Can't take the subway. The car was the only way he was going to get there. And I guarantee he had to pay to park in a garage, which is not cheap. You think, oh, I'm parking in a garage. What's it going to cost you? $20? No, it can cost you $50 for 3 hours. It's ridiculous. And you have to pay sometimes in blocks of time so they know where to park it. And if you go early, they'll penalize you. They're like, no, we put it in the certain place. And you're like, all right, fine. They're like, well, all right, but we have to charge you a, like it's like a pulling out early charge or some shit like that. Can you imagine? Oh my God. I wish I could charge for anyway, I'm not going there. Because that would have been not good to say on. That would be way too clippable. Nope. Ellie said, I like how she called her pimp her boyfriend with my boyfriend waited outside. Mm-hmm. Yep. My boyfriend. So your cuckolded boyfriend, apparently, because you're in there supposedly screwing somebody else and he's okay with it. Like, stop it. But yeah, my boyfriend waited outside. Shut up, you lying whore. I can't with these women. I just can't. Suzanne said, stoned as fuck, but I'm still here. Well, it is what it is. In case you're wondering and don't have a clock near you, it is 12:31 on the East Coast. We're supposed to have rain for the next 3 days. It feels like it, but I'm not seeing it. My son just made hot dogs. Damn it, I'm so hungry right now. I don't even want to eat hot dogs, but when you get you're a little bit hungry and then you get a whiff of something that smells really, really good, and they're Sabrett hot dogs. So they're they have the onion in them and everything. They're so flavorful. And I mean, they're terrible for you, don't get me wrong. They still have all the little nasty bits that other hot dogs have, but they taste better. But when they cook, the way he cooks them in the air fryer and everything, this smell, it's a strong smell, but it's so good. And now I'm so, my stomach just went, rah, 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 rah. I'm like, oh God, shut up. I'm like, please don't let them hear that. But yeah, it smells so good, but I don't want hot dogs. I don't know what I want, but it's not hot dogs. I'll take a big old sausage, but no, hot dog, no. Anyway, yeah. So talking about Joe, listening to him and listen to me thinking I love Joe. I don't say anything bad about him, but I mean, there are things he says that I'm like, really? I feel like he's so learned in so many areas, but when it comes to the more debaucherous side of people, he's not quite he's not ignorant of it, but I don't think he believes a lot of what's true, things that people do. I think he has a higher estimation. He holds people in higher esteem than what they're actually capable of doing. So he has a better outlook on people. He gives them the benefit of the doubt. He gives them more credit than they deserve. I can tell you that. But he was talking about, Trump's not going to be laying on the bed hey, look at me. He's old. He knows that he's not physically attractive. He's financially attractive. He's powerfully attractive. But, and I'm sitting there going, yeah, no, because I've dealt with men who were not physically attractive, but they didn't know that, or they didn't care because they had power in other areas of their life. They knew they were the shit in other areas. And it kind of bleeds into that, and it gives them this ego that can make them think, I don't give a fuck if I have a gut or I have this or I have that. You're lucky. And here I am. I'm magnificent. Come do whatever. And when you're in that kind of position where you have a good looking woman in the other room who's going to come in and clean your pipes, you're not thinking of what you look like. You're thinking, yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. Because all the blood has left your brain. If you're a man, it's all in another area, and that's it. You're not thinking. You're just laying there going, yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. I mean, the man is busy. But yeah, I could totally see him doing that. I just don't think he did, but I could see him doing it. I mean, I've known guys who I've gone to the bathroom, come out and be like, holy crap, are you naked under there? When the hell did you get undressed? I was gone a half a minute. Oh well, everything. And where is everything? On the side of the fucking bed, like on the floor, just laying there in a big pile. They literally just did the, what is that, Bruce Almighty, where they like just pull the shit apart and it's naked, and everything just disappears into the floor. Like they do that. I've done that. God, I could get undressed in a freaking New York second and get redressed. Best little whorehouse in Texas. She's like, I got a lot of, like experience getting in and out of my clothes. It's true. It's true that I can get undressed in a heartbeat. I can get dressed in a heartbeat. I just have to be motivated properly. But yeah, no, him laying there like that, I could totally see it. Because I've had guys that have done that, and I'm like, this isn't going where you think it's going. And they're like, really? I'm like, yeah, no, get dressed. Like, you look stupid. Like, get dressed. But they still did it. They still thought that they had that, like, oh, I'm planning ahead. I'll get ahead of this bitch. Like, I'm ready for when she comes out. So there's no miscommunication. And you just look at them like, really? No. Like, and they're like, things like that don't happen in the real world. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. If you think there aren't like hundreds of women, thousands of women at this moment walking around with sexy lingerie on specifically for their man under their clothes so they could surprise him, you're crazy. And I've done it. So don't think that it's not something that gets done. Fantasies have a way of working out. It depends. Like if you're vocal about them, they happen. They can come true. Fantasies come true all the time. People play them out. They role play. They do whatever. It's a very varied world. But yeah, Joe's a little innocent, I think, when it comes to that. He's traditional. He didn't do the wild stuff, which is good. It's great. But y'all know I had a wild, I had a wild life. I did a lot of things that I probably shouldn't. I don't regret them. I'm not ashamed of them. I did them. Fuck it. Can't undo them. They're part of what made me who I am today. Do I still do them? Not that exact thing. I do other things. But I mean, I was a phone sex girl. I learned very quickly how to tell what one of the guys wanted whenever they called within like the first 10 seconds. Just by the tone of how they said hello. And I was talking in chat with this dude that was like, I don't know if it's a guy or girl because the name was very like ambiguous. And they were saying, he's a total dominant. There's no way he was going to do the things that she said, especially like the spanking bit or whatever. Now, I've known powerful men who are very alpha, very like, they're very strong. They have money, they have power, they have an amazing job. They're in charge of all these people. They're very dominant in their life. And they would, they would sub for little bits of time because it was a release for them. But there were always markers that told me what they wanted. I don't see that in him at all. I really don't. I think that would be a blow to his ego. And he doesn't fuck around with his ego. He nurtures it and cradles it and, puts it on a pedestal and calls it fluffy. Like his ego is huge. And I don't see him ever being like, yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Spank me harder, please. It was his best spank ever. Like, no, I don't see it. I just don't. It's possible. Because anything is possible, but probable, not fucking likely. And it's hilarious to me that she's like putting herself forward as a dom. And I'm like, okay, you're literally everybody's puppet. You're a meat puppet, you're a sock puppet, and you're a talking puppet now. So it's like, why would I take you seriously? You are nobody's dominant. She is she's not even a sub. She's just irrelevant. She really is. She's a useful idiot. It's a shame. It's a shame that she's getting as much like airtime as she's getting, as much attention, because she doesn't deserve it. But yeah, we were talking back and forth in the chat. This person was like, you know, like the way we were talking, dude's like, oh, you know. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, I've been there. I've never had a relationship where I wasn't the dominant party. Like, I've always been the dominant partner. Everything's different now. But I mean, all my life, every relationship, every friendship, the responsibility for being the one in charge always fell to me because the other person couldn't handle it, or they didn't want to handle it, or they did it wrong. And I was just like, no, I'll take over. And they let me, or they didn't have the power to stop me. You know, and it's different. It's different having somebody to lean on, you know, have somebody to, you know, run my ideas past and get an honest opinion and put value in their opinion. Otherwise, I just did what I wanted to do. You know, I had an ego that pretty much couldn't fit out the fucking room because I was the shit, man. Like, fuck it. You're going to be a pussy about it. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. I'm going to run this bitch. And that's what I did. And it never made me happy. But I know what it is to see like the power dynamics. And the power dynamics between him and her, there's no way they would run the way she said they did. No way, shape, or form. Every single thing I know about humanity and the way people work screams that there's no way what she said actually went down like that. None of it. It's a bad narrative. There's holes in the narrative. She switches around. The tone changes. There's things that were thrown in there that don't fit in any way, shape, or form. And she's constantly contradicting herself. So why should I ever believe a word she says? She's like another Amber Heard. Like, are you lying then or are you lying now? Either way, at one point, you're lying about something very substantial. So I can't trust anything that you say. Because you're a liar. Once you're a liar, you're a liar. Especially if you're going to go public with that bullshit. And I mean, she did a book on it. A book full of lies. And then she got on the stand and went against every single thing she said in the book. And then turned around in the same sentence and was like, oh no, but maybe. Like, shut up. Shut up. But yeah, Joe was like, no. I just think he's got this beautiful kind of positive outlook where he's like, no, like this would never have, like, he doesn't think people are capable of the things that they're capable of. And I don't ever want to be the one to rip that away from him because I think that's part of what keeps him going. Believing in the better parts of humanity. You know, I admire him for it. I can't do it. I give people the benefit of the doubt, but I know what they're capable of. I know no matter how sweet and innocent and whatever on the outside they look, behind closed doors, there's something completely different. And if they're not acting out, I can tell you there's probably something in their head that's been tormenting them their whole lives that eventually will grow legs and, you know, become a thing. I'm still hanging in there, Suzanne. Awesome. Chat got very quiet. Start talking. Speaking of turd, did you all know while living in Mallorca, Heard changed her name to Martha Jane Canner? Inspired by the Western frontier woman Calamity Jane. Yep. And what did Calamity Jane do? Calamity Jane, she was all about what? Killing Indians or whatever. And Johnny Depp always talks about his Indian heritage. I say Indians because that's what they said back then. Like, that's how they promoted her. But yeah, it was a whole thing. Like, she literally is like obsessed. I think everything she does is like something to throw a dig at him or to bother him or whatever. It's pathological. It really is. It's ridiculous. But she is like Calamity Jane. Did you ever like look up the story of Calamity James, she was not attractive. She was not like well loved or whatever, like in life. She was a great, like, gunslinger, I think. Like she was a really good marksman. But other than that, no. Like she did not have luck. Wasn't she like in love with Buffalo Bill like for her entire life? If I remember correctly. But like she was not known for being ladylike or whatever. Like she was not a beauty. And she was kind of rough around the edges. She was probably like, I don't know. I don't want to say she was probably a lesbian, but given the choice, she probably would have been a good lesbian. She was rough. She was rough. But yeah, Amber Heard, I can't with that one. I really can't. And why won't she go away? I tried to watch a movie the other day and I was scrolling through looking for something to watch and I see London Fields or Fields of London, whatever the hell that was. And I was like, not on my worst day. Like, you couldn't pay me to watch that movie. What the fuck you want to hear? What do I want to hear? I want you guys to chat, talk, something. It's all right, because we're going to wrap up soon because it's been over 3 hours. I'm not really watching the clock. I just noticed just now. I was like, oh shit, I've been doing this for 3 hours. I didn't even realize it. I have to make a call and talk to my benefactor this morning and see, like, did he mean to hit that extra zero? Because like, okay, I don't want to buy my son what my son needs and then have to pay money back because, yeah, as much as he should be given money for my son, it doesn't mean that if he made a mistake and sent me the wrong amount that I won't give it back. I will. I'm not like that. Like, I'm not taking your money from you if you didn't mean to give it. And I'm grateful to God for sending that money my way, but I refuse to be grateful to that son of a bitch. Like, really? It's a drop in the ocean of what I've spent on this child. And what do you want? Like a medal? Guarantee it. I never get anything from the baby daddies without strings attached. Never. Never, ever, ever. Which is why I don't ask them for shit. Like, well, you never tell me you need it. No, because it's always transactional with you people. Like, you know what the transaction should have been? I had a child with half your DNA. Like, that should be all that matters. Not what can I do for you? Like, no. For that, keep your damn money. Keep your money, keep your opinions. It's not that like they want sex or anything. They want to have a say in my life. And no, the only person who gets a say in what I decide in my life is me. That's it. Just me. I incorporate and like include the opinions of the people that matter to me, but in the end, it's my choice. I have free will. I'm not handing that over to anybody. So, and I don't expect anybody else to ever hand it over to me. Like, you should be responsible for your own decisions, include other people in them, but in the end, it's got to be you that decides. That's your right. And you should exercise that right at every opportunity. So yeah, no, you don't get to hand me a couple bucks and say, oh, I want you to do this when this time comes. No, fuck you. You ain't putting your rules on me. Speaking of rules, my mama is going for a trip at the end of the week. So far, she's still going. We'll see how that goes. She's going to Georgia, y'all. She's going down there to look at property so that we can get the hell out of here. And I don't want to spit in the wind, but hopefully, God willing, I'll be out of here by the end of summer when my lease is up. But I'll be finding out very soon. So hopefully that goes well. And I just keep, like, I said to Winnie last night, I said, can you imagine me living in Georgia? My accent's going to be all fucked up. Like, we're going to have Jersey, Kansas, and Georgia all together. So Sorry, not talking today. Getting ready to drive to Houston. I did see like all the flooding going on. Oh my God, Ellie, I was thinking of you when I was watching it. Jesus, Texas got hammered. Good God. Hope it's not flooded. I hope you guys are okay. You haven't said anything. I figured, you know to keep us updated. But yeah, that's oh my God. Like the whole Midwest, I feel bad because springtime is always so bad for you guys. I know Texas doesn't consider itself the Midwest. They just consider themselves Texas. You're not the South, but you're not the Midwest. And you're not like California and all those wackadoos out there. You're just Texas. Texas is a vibe. It's a culture in and of itself. It is. But I mean, I am praying for you, honey. I hope that you get out of there. Oh, see? Hey, nerd. I mentioned bad weather and nerd's like, here I am. Yeah, of course, where my mother's going in Georgia to look at property is right in Hurricane Alley. Like, great. Like, I hope she likes to swim. We're good. We're on an elevation. That's good. We're far enough from the river and lake that it's like we're on an island. Oh no. I mean, don't say that too loud because you could wind up being in your house like you're on an island. Don't. I've been there, done that. Someone mentioned bad weather in the South. Yep. Yep. That's why I said, oh, nerd's been activated. But yeah, no, I do. I worry about you guys. You have such extreme weather. I mean, I'm on an elevation too. Like Hoboken is literally, it was an island. It was a swamp. So where my mother lives is heavy flood zone. Like there, the water will rise to like 4 or 5 feet up on their building. She's on the 9th floor. She don't have any worries, but still, it's like the whole bottom floor will be like everybody on the first floor. It sucks. They get water bugs, water damage, all sorts of stuff. But I'm up on a hill. Granted, I'm right by the river, but my building is situated in such a way that the water will go through the street and just trickle down, but it's not going to bother my building. And I'm on a higher floor, so I don't really worry about it. I could watch it from the window. But the bottom of town, like the people down the projects, it gets so deep down there. They can't leave their buildings. Not even their they can leave their apartments. They can't leave their buildings though. Sometimes for 4 or 5 days. Like it's hell when you're a teacher and you're just like, all right, it rained yesterday. They're not going to be in for a week because you know which portion of your class is going to be out because it rained. It sucks. And we don't even need like a lot of rain. You just need the right amount of rain at the right time with the right tide. And it all just, the whole lower town floods. And of course, that's where our power grid is. Because why would they put it in a heightened area? No, put it in the flood zone. That's great. No problems there. And don't raise it up. No, it's all on the ground. Great. I just got home from a doctor's appointment and running errands, and it's humid as hell down here. It's really humid here. But it's that cold humidity. So it's literally seeping into my bones and it hurts. You got me to the doctor and back, Wolf Kinder, with a couple of dead spots. Thank you. Aw. I'm glad that we got to take that little trip with you. I got a really sweet comment last night. I saw it this morning from HT. He left a comment on Monday's stream and he said, rewatch crew. I listened to you on the way back from visiting family. Thank you for keeping me company. And it really made my day. So leave me comments. Don't be shy. If you want to talk about something, you want me to talk about something, drop me comments. I read them all. I usually answer them all. And it does help like the video or the live stream get rewatched, it pushes it out a little bit more. But it helps me, because then I know you guys are like watching and you're paying attention and you appreciate, me showing up and doing what I do. Some days it's going to be super serious. Some days it's going to be nothing but me chatting. I don't want to be pigeonholed into his little box for this show. Like, this show should be able to do anything. I could be silly. I could, do call-ins. I could do nothing. I could be super serious, whatever. I just want you to come here and just feel like, you're home. Feel like you're hanging out with a friend. I want you to look forward to it. And I want it to be a good part of your day, because a lot of you have really, really hard days. And if I can make you chuckle a couple times, then, my goal has been achieved. But it really did make me feel good that he was like, thank you for keeping me company. I did get a little misty because it means a lot to me. It really does. So thank you, Wolfkinder, for like also saying that that you stayed with us and you enjoyed it. Ellie said, I can say part of my community did have flooded houses. The river is also almost touching the bridge. Yeah, you said that on Monday. And I figured it's only gotten worse. So, I hope that there's not a lot of damage. Mother Nature, she's been a real bipolar bitch lately. The highest point in my town is 26 feet. I'm higher than that. But we're below, some parts of Hoboken are way below sea level. So it's not good. Oh, wow. So your mom is looking into deep Georgia. She's looking, she's looking southwest of Atlanta. Not too far southwest, like an hour. But it would be it would be the same drive to like the Gulf that it would be for us to drive down the shore from here. So like that area, it's a lot closer to Alabama than I thought she was going to go, but it's like, whatever. So she's like, I gave her an estimate of where I wanted her to look. Because she's going for all these like frou-frou places. And I'm like, where are you getting this money? Because I don't, like, you're 81. I can't afford to live that lifestyle after you're gone. Like, I need to live somewhere that's affordable for me. And she was like, oh, like where? Because she's like, we want to be near the ocean. I don't want to be near the ocean because too many storms and too much surging. And, the ocean is not happy lately. So it's like, I don't want to be near the ocean. I want to be near water, yes, but the ocean, no. Like, I had all these prerequisites, and then she like hits me with this thing where, oh, we're looking at this property, and she's like, but she started the text off with, before you say no, just look at the potential. Like, bitch, if you're already telling me don't say no, then I know I'm not gonna like it. So it was like, so that was a whole thing over the weekend. She had me so sick. That's another reason for the flare up, because she literally had me so stressed out. I was just sitting there hysterical crying. Hysterical. And then I'd call her back and scream with her, and then call her back and scream a little more, until eventually I called back and I was like, are you okay? I was like, yeah, no, I'm mad at you, but fine. Like, you can't just expect me to just go, oh, yay. I need time to process things. You're hitting me with shit I don't want. You're not thinking about what I want, what I need. Like, I have a whole list of requirements that she wasn't thinking about. And she's like, why do you have a list? Because I have handicapped child. Like Katie has certain, requirements. If it can't meet that requirement, I can't live there. Like, there are hard lines I will not cross. My kids have to come first. Who comes second? I do. I have needs as well. And there's things that I want. It's not all about you and your husband. Like, and she's like, oh, well, you don't want to live with it? No, I don't want to live with you. Why would I want to live with you? I'm 50. I don't want to live with my mother. I'll live next door to you. But why do I have to share a house with you? So then she was all butthurt over that. It was like, ugh. I was like, do you not understand that I want to have a life and I don't want to have to like explain to you why I'm going into the kitchen to cook something? I don't want to, turn down my radio because I got to listen to your fucking stupid music. Like, I don't want to hear from you. Oh, why are you, on YouTube at 2:00 in the morning? Why are you laughing? You're keeping me awake. Shut up. Like, I want to be able to live my life the way I live my life. Don't bitch and moan that I'm up all night and I sleep all day, because that's the way my inner clock works. I don't want to be accountable to what your expectations of my life should be. This is my life. Fuck you. Where were you the last 20 years? And we got into it over that and a whole big thing. And then I was like, fine, I'll give you a year. Like, I'll live. I don't mind like living with you until we get everything like really underway. But like, I need privacy. I need to be able to do what I need to do. And we got into it and it was not pretty. And that's part of the reason for the flare up, because she stressed me out so much that my body is still recovering. And she has no idea the things that she did. Well, maybe she does know the things that she does to me, but she definitely guilted me into calling and being like, are you okay? Sorry I upset you. Jesus Christ. Like, because I don't want her to be all like sad, sacky and whatever. And then she was like, forget it. We won't go anywhere. Da-da-da. Oh, Christ. Always got to go to the extreme. Like, if you're going to kick me between the eyes, like, you got to give me a minute to get my senses back. Like, I'm disoriented. And my first reaction is anger. And she knows that. Like, she's my mother. We are not newly acquainted. She knows me. So if you know I'm going to react badly, why go that way? Pick a different tack. Like, oh, I don't get it. There's a swamp and a waterway next to our property, and that slush. Yeah. This weekend we saw a baby alligator. It was between 4 and 6 feet. That's a baby? Damn. We were watching these dogs catching iguanas and all that kind of, oh Lord. It was fun. The further south, the hotter and more humid. You've been warned. Oh, I know. I've spent a lot of time in the South. It's just I never got to live there. But that was always my go-to for vacations and everything. And Daddy did not, he didn't go toward the city places. He tended to go more, like for the cheaper kind of places to stay because we didn't have a lot of money. So, I mean, I got to like actually talk to people and like be outside, and he was always, we're going out, we're doing this. So yeah, I've experienced the South outside with no shade in the middle of summer all day long and no freaking shelter. So no, I get it. Thankfully though, I'm a lot colder than I used to be. I get colder a lot quicker than I used to. And these winters up here, I can't do it anymore. I really can't. It's killing my bones. I'd rather have my hair frizz up and look like Little Orphan Annie on crack. I'll buy a better conditioner. Like, we'll be all right. It'll be straight. Like a hot shower every time you open the door. Am I right? Yeah, no, I know. And you back, gotta make a paycheck sometime. All right, honey, it's fine. We're always here. And if we're not, somebody is. Well, Kinder, glad you're back though. Love you. I was telling my doctor and nurses about you and our little corner of the YouTube pool. Oh my goodness. I can't imagine, Wilkinder, what you told your doctor, but I'm sure it was funny and I'm unfortunately accurate. And he said it's like stepping into a giant hot ball sack. I mean, you say that like it's a bad thing. Doesn't usually smell as good as a shower. Yeah, I notice that too sometimes. Not far from me. I know, nerd. It's not that far from that whole area. And when she said it, when she was like, "Oh, this is the address and whatever," and I looked it up and like unzoomed, I like went out in the map and I was like, where is this? And I was like, God damn it. And then I had a cool winning hysterical crying, first of all. And then I was like, all right, let's look at this. And where is this? What's it like? And he's like, all right, tell your mother to ask about this. Tell your mother to ask about that. I was like, okay. It's beautiful land. I wasn't happy about the house. And she was like, it's only temporary. I was like, I felt like being very like moonstruck. Everything is temporary. Like, oh, I gotta get Winning to watch that because he doesn't get those references because he's never seen that movie. And it's like, snap out of it. Like, I could do that and he'll just look at me like, what? Like, I don't get it. I gotta make him see that movie just for the Italianness of it. All right. You're leaving to go on your all-day trip? Gag. Good luck, Ellie. Safe travels, all right, honey? Let us know how you're doing. Love for you and the fam. Seriously, though, take care of yourself, okay? We worry. When I say we, I mean me. I don't speak for anybody else. Wolfkinder, I focus on the good. I'm glad, Wolfkinder. I'm glad. I'm glad that you could say, hey, I hang out with a bunch of degenerates, but they're good-hearted slobs. It's fine. It's fine. I talk a lot about you guys to other people. Like I've talked to my mom, I've talked to Zuma and to Veronica, my kids, even Manny. And it's just, they're like, you really have like a bunch of people who they just show up to listen to you talk. And it kills me that they're like, really? Like, just to listen to you? And I'm like, bitch, where are you right now? Who called who? I didn't call you. And who's been doing most of the talking? Well, you. Okay. Do you have something to say? No, I called to talk to you. Well, there you go. And that's what they do. They're just not calling me. They're getting together en masse and we're hanging out and I'm just being me. That's it. I'm just reminiscing and I'm talking about things going on in the current now and things that are coming and, fears and everything. And I talk to them the same way I talk to you. And they show up and they give me the same like advice that you guys do, except they're not afraid of me. Because see, everybody here is within striking distance. So they're like, now don't get mad. Bye, Ellie. Again, safe travels. Love you, honey. Take care of, yourself, please. And your little ones. But yeah, no, like they don't understand why you guys show up. And I'm like, well, why do you show up? Why do you talk to me? Well, because you're funny and you know a lot of shit and we're friends. Exactly. The same thing. They're not your friends. They're the closest, facsimile that I'm going to get with the internet connection without being face to face. I'm sorry, I didn't go to high school with all of you. I don't know you all for 30 freaking plus years. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make me care less. It doesn't make me love you guys less. Like, you're hilarious. I look forward to you guys. I need you. And anybody who doesn't do the YouTube thing or the streamer thing, they don't get it. They're like, those aren't real relationships. Well, you know what? We were all locked up for a really long time. This is pretty much, what we got. Nobody goes out. Nobody socializes anymore. So this is just like it would be if we all like got together at the diner at 4 a.m. It's no different. We used to congregate there. Now we congregate here. I don't see a difference. I can pivot very easily from real life to online and back again. It doesn't require a big difference of thinking for me. I act the same way on here as I do in real life. I mean, I can't stand in front of you, jump up and down, and let you watch my bouncing boobies to make you be in a better mood. I have to rely on my personality. But, I could, but I'm not gonna. I mean, that's what I usually do to cheer people up in real life. I'll just bounce up and down, and they're just like, are you happy now? And very, thank you. You're welcome. Do I feel cheap doing it? Nope. I think it's fucking funny. It's like, how could you do that? How could you objectify yourself? Oh, shut up. Like, it's just fun. I didn't grow up in an era where it was all about, don't exploit me. Like, we didn't do that. If you were funny, you were funny. That's it. Yeah, I could if I used a face cam. I mean, if I used a face cam, it wouldn't be focused on my face then, would it? We'd have to call it the boob cam. I gotta go back because it skipped ahead. So she said, later, y'all. Outpost. So are you in the Panhandle, Florida? Yep. I thought you were further south for some reason. No, he in the Panhandle. Oh, and for the record, that old lady that got arrested, I called it. I said, she sounds like Southwest Florida. I said, and that looks like Southwest Florida. And sure enough, she was located in Vero Beach. So it was like, yep, Southwest Florida. I mean, Southeast Florida. That's what I said. I keep mixing up my West and East when it comes to Florida, but only Florida. I don't get it. So weird. But yeah, no, I knew she wasn't from like northern Florida. She was going to be from like the Boca Raton kind of like area, like Key West or whatever. And sure enough, that's where she was living. But yeah, Winning called it. She was from South Jersey. Well, she was from Jersey. I called South Jersey. I don't think I've heard him laugh that hard in like months. He was so damn tickled. I was just like, see, whatever. He was like, and I feel bad because he thought like I took it serious. I was like, no, man, I don't get mad for that stuff. It just sucks that, like Jersey always gets this shit end. Like they're like, oh yeah, let's just shit on Jersey. I'm like, oh, whatever. I have to act offended because, people expect that. I love Jersey. I love Hoboken. Doesn't mean I don't want to get the hell out of here. I know the faults that it has. Google Maps flooding may affect your route. No shit. Oh my God, you're too funny. Flooding may affect your route. Mm-hmm. This morning, actually, I woke up 15 minutes before I woke up because of the friggin' thunder. Like my whole house was shaking and it was loud. It was loud. Here's the thing. We've always had a lot of lightning here. I've never gotten this many alerts on my phone as I have in the last like 2 weeks. It seems like every 2 days they're giving me lightning alerts. I'm like, dude, we have lightning rods on the top of every skyscraper. Why? Oh, because it's bypassing the lightning rods and hitting the ground and blowing shit up. That's why. It's like, oh, that's great. And I don't know what's making it do that. Because usually the lightning rods on these buildings catch everything. That's basically what Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building, that's what all those buildings are for. Around here, we have lightning rods on our rooftops to, attract away from like the park areas and stuff like that. And lately it hasn't been working, which is a little concerning. Be mindful of agencies in other states. I was sharing war stories with someone who was also on disability in another state. We were both surprised by the different rules. Yes, I know. But the disability that I'm on is federal, so they can't fuck with me too much. Later, babes. Elephant. Right. The Redneck Riviera. Yep. Just talking to my therapist about us count toward what? I mean, if you're going to talk, you talk. It's all right. Of course, Outpost, my therapist, I can't talk. My therapist enjoys the cast of characters I interact with on the interwebs. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. My poor therapist was like, who is this? Why is that their name? And I'm like, that's not their name. That's their handle. You don't know their name? No. I mean, I know their name, but I don't call them by their name. And she's like, but how do you like refer to one another? I'm like, by our handles. She's like, they call you Talking Trash and Truth. I was like, sometimes, mostly they just call me T3. They call you T3 and you don't find that weird. I was like, no. And then she started listening to the podcast because I put this on Spotify and like on Apple because Christine listens to the podcast. Zuma listens to the podcast. They don't watch the YouTube. So I put it out there so they can, they can listen to it in the car or whatever. Because Christine's always in the car. Hence the life of a state trooper. But she doesn't always have time to look. And I don't put anything on the screen usually anyway. So it's like, you might as well just listen. And so I do that. And I didn't realize that my therapist was going to listen to it. And then she started like listening along. And she's like, oh my God, I totally get it. She's like, wow, they just suck you in. Like it's a whole other world. She's like, and the rules are all different. I was like, oh yeah, it's absolutely different, but it's not. Like there's so much that people want to say, this is different. It doesn't mean as much. I've been able to be more vulnerable and interact on a much more intimate level online than I ever have face to face in my life, because there's fears that are removed when I'm online. And they're like, yeah, because, you're not really there. It's not really. No, these people they're all real to me. And I'm pretty sure they know that I'm real. Like there's not, yeah, they could walk away, but at some point in their life, they're going to be like, oh, I remember her. Like I wasn't a figment of their imagination. Your life is what you make of it. Your connections are what you make of it. If you want to get to know somebody, the medium isn't going to matter. You're going to find ways to circumvent that. You're going to find ways around all the obstacles that are in your way. If you can't do this a certain way, you'll find a way to do it a different way if it's important to you. Yeah, I don't know. I've done the whole face-to-face my whole life relationship thing, and it never works out because there's so much judgment and expectation face-to-face based on physical characteristics, mannerisms, whatever. I can interpret all sorts of things by what I see. But doing this, I have to get to know somebody on a much deeper level. I have to put more effort in because I have to ask questions. I have to dig a little bit. I have to share more than I normally would. Like there's certain things just by meeting me, you're going to get the impression just by how I vibe. You can't do that online. So, I mean, to a degree you can, but not fully. So you have to ask me questions. You have to listen to the stories. You have to ask me, to elaborate on certain things. You got to figure out who I am. That's you. That's the puzzle you get to figure out. And if you really want to figure out, you'll put the effort in. It's a different kind of connection. It doesn't make it better or worse. It's just different. But in the end, I mean, you're still making a connection. And that's the important part. People have forgotten how to connect with other people. They've become so like inward, like looking inward all the time. It's so egotistical, so egocentric that they forget that you have to reach out. You have to be interested in other people. You have to be compassionate. If anything, this makes me flex more muscles than I ever did face to face, because we could meet face to face and I'll know who you are in about a minute just by how it feels. And I can't explain why that is. I mean, but it just works out that way for me. But on here, I have to put a lot more effort in. I have to be more willing to not judge from the gate. I have to learn who people are. I have to let them evolve on their own. That's hard for me. I'm used to making a snap judgment. And I go with that instinct. And I just, that's it. I just make up my mind right then and there. I can't do that here. Because maybe they're just having a bad day. Maybe I'm not understanding their tone. Maybe they're from a different part in the world where, culturally speaking, they speak differently and I'm interpreting it a certain way. So I have to chill a little bit. It's made a big difference in how I interact with people. It's made me a lot more open. And it's made me show my own vulnerabilities. And vulnerabilities. I don't know if I said that right. Again, my brain and my mouth are not in sync. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for all of you. I'm grateful to get to know you. HT! My grandchildren couldn't comprehend hanging out at Denny's afterward. Oh, no, never. Never. Oh, my God. Why would you do that? That's like I said, if the electric goes out, my children are going to be lost. They're not going to know how to, do anything. And I've tried teaching them different things. No, it just doesn't compute. It doesn't compute. Wolfkinder, of course, outpost my cast of characters. If you want to, you can use a face cam. Again, it would be a boob cam. Wolfkinder, she's, by the way, HT, I just mentioned you. I said, the comment that you left that I kept thanking me for keeping you company really made my day. It really did. I love stuff like that. I don't need compliments or anything. Just say, I was hanging out with you today. I had a good time. That's all. Thanks for making me laugh. Or I had a couple good laughs with you today. That was awesome. That's all. Because it's not about me. It's the fact that you come here and have a good experience. That's what I want. There's enough shit out in the world. I don't want you to have to always come in here and face my traumas or whatever. I just want you to come here and hang out and, feel happy. Feel like you're just among trusted friends. That's what I want. Bouncing boobies. Did you check out those 1980s hairdresser shorts? Oh my God. I have watched so many videos. See, stuff like that you guys had me looking at. My algorithm for my feed wall is so fucked up right now. It don't know what it wants to do. It's trying to show me things about aliens and then things about the 80s and then house music and rap music and murders out in East Bubblefuck. And stuff about it has no clue what to show me. It had some about the Anunnaki yesterday. I was like, I know I didn't touch that. I know I might have mentioned it, but anything I mention in these streams, by the way, suddenly all over my feed wall, all over my YouTube feed. I'm like, these bots are on it. Let me tell you, this AI monitoring thing, it picks up on the slightest little thing I say. And it's like, oh, let me send you 9,000 videos on this. It's like, great. That's great. So I know they're listening. I know they pay attention. I know it's, not a person, but still it's a little disconcerting. I don't have a therapist. However, my husband feels the same. I can only imagine you telling your husband, sitting down talking and be like, oh my God, do you know what we're talking about today? It's hilarious. Oh Lord, your therapist must love me in your mercy. Yep. Mm-hmm. People in South Florida are insane. They are. She was super old. So I figured she either had to be from the Boca Raton area or Newport Richie, because that seems to be where they all freaking fled to. And I don't know why I was surprised that she was from New Jersey, because most of New Jersey runs to Florida. So weird. My mother was like, you want to move to Florida? I was like, no, really don't. Really don't. Why? Because I don't want to live in Florida. Why not? Because I have exes in Florida, and no. See, I don't want to be anywhere near Ocala because that's too close to the jail. I would feel guilty if I didn't visit, and I don't want to go see him. By the way, I still haven't gotten any text saying that he went back to the state prison. So it's like, why is he still in the county prison? He shouldn't be there. He should have been transported back, but he hasn't. So I'm waiting on that. Yeah, no, like the Clearwater area, I can't be around there because Miguel is there. My daughter's father. I don't want to be anywhere where he can drive to. It's like I hate to say it, but I don't want him to know when I move or where I move. I don't plan on telling a whole lot of people where I'm going. Like if they listen to the, like the show or whatever, and they figured out, then good, they earned the knowledge. But I don't want to tell them. And my children are grown. I don't have to tell them. I don't. If they don't go looking for my kids, then why would I tell them where I'm going? Like, you haven't called your kid in over a year. The other one hasn't called well over a year. Like, if you don't know where I'm at, you're taking away my right to see my kid. No, I never took away that right. You had 18 years to come see your kid. Would you do it 6, 7 times? Like, I can't. And I'm not going to apologize for it either. I know everybody's like, oh, it's fucked up. I don't care. I don't want them because you don't understand. They'll just show up. Miguel will be like, oh, you'll need help. And he will be here. Like, oh, what are we packing? No. Like, I don't need you here. Go away. Go away. He brings me nothing but brown-eyed agony. We all love you in your mirrors. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We love you. Run away. You might catch the crazy. I mean, that's not bad either. Aussie Overload is dealing with some stuff. I caught a little of his stream. We need to drive some kindness his way. Okay. I'll check that out. I think he was streaming late last night. I think I saw him on. I'm still subbed to him. He still comes up on my feed wall. I'm still subbed to everybody. Shizzy comes up on my feed. Well, I don't know why. Expert doesn't. He's in my notifications. Like, I see every show that he does, but for some reason, YouTube will not put his live feeds on my wall. It's weird. Does the same thing with Darth. It will not put Darth's live feeds on my wall. I get the notifications, but like just pulling up, nope. And sometimes like I'll get winnings things on my wall, but not in my notifications. And I'm like, what the fuck, YouTube? Like, can we get it together? Like, I'll give you one, but not both. Lady said, girl, I caught it, let it go. And it came back around and caught me. Yep. The crazy goes round and round and round. Yeah, I haven't heard anything either. I just see that he's been on a lot lately. In your MERS. But Aussies don't exist. Aussies exist. They just live in a place that doesn't exist. They just call themselves Aussies because they think they're cool. Wolf Kinder. Last some health stuff, but more. It's his story. But he got vulnerable and had to turn off the camera for a bit. Aww. Oh, yeah, I'll definitely check that out. HT, I'm glad I made you day. You did. You made me smile like really hard. One of those, my mother would call it a shit-eating grin. Ear to ear, my Cheshire cat smile. I stay out of his live chats. I only watch him if he's on real early US time. Yeah, I don't usually catch his streams because he's usually streaming at the same time as like Winning or me. So we tend to be at cross purposes. But I did catch a little bit of him last night. I only clicked in for like a minute to leave a like. That's what I do. I click on everybody I know that's live and I go, okay, I go down my notifications. Okay, like. I visit them all. I just don't talk. Part of me doesn't want to derail them. And part of me is just like, okay, I see everybody I know in here. And I already interacted with them like 4 or 5 times today. And I have no energy left. And I don't want to be rude. So let me just lurk. And that's where that goes. I met my husband. Inya said, I met my husband and we were friends on an OG online community. We played an M-Morph PG game. I don't know what that is. And hung out of message boards together back in the early 2000s, just as friends. Aw. Yeah, I met my ex-husband online. I should have left him there. But that's what happens when you just don't get to know somebody. Apparently, I didn't really get to know him. We were only together 3 months before he moved here. Like, hello. We knew each other 6 months and we were married. Actually, less than 6 months, 5.5 months, and we were married. Yeah, that was just me being stupid. Me thinking that 26 was like old age. I was like, oh my God, if I'm not married by the time I'm 26, I'm never going to get married. Yeah, I would have been better off just not getting married. Like, like, bitch, be that 70-year-old that gets married. You'll be all right. It'll happen at some point. You know, I wanted to have babies. I wanted to have more babies. And he said he wanted babies and then he didn't. And then that was God's hand. I swear it was. Because God was like, no, I'm not hitching you to this man the rest of your life. Girl, there's one bad decision is enough. Stop it. Don't ruin a whole bunch of other people's lives because, you know, his sperm decided they were procreatable. Like, he got lucky. Yeah, he got lucky all the time. I didn't fucking get lucky. Then he sent me a Facebook message years later after I split from my ex. A few weeks later, turned to flirting. There you go. There you go. I don't stick around for a lot of streams anymore. I stop in, hit the like. Yeah, that's what I do. Lady also said no to Clearwater, Florida. Scientology headquarters are there. We took a vacation there, me and Katie, when she was little, so that, you know, she could spend time with her dad. I spent like 2 weeks there. Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's all weird there, but that, I don't know. Florida's just weird. Aussie stream from this morning. Yeah, that's from early this morning or the one from like early morning last night this morning? Did he go like, what, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock this morning? Again, my timeline is all off because I don't sleep like everybody else. Oh, the pop-in. I'm not a fan of the pop-in. My parents have done the pop-in my whole life with family. It was embarrassing. Oh, yeah. It's bizarre. Like, I don't like, they're like, oh, I could just drop by. No. Like, all my friends know, do not show up at my door. I will leave you in the hallway. Swear to God. And if I have property, I will see you coming down the road. Do not think I will not learn how to use a shotgun. I will. You get a warning shot. Stop it. Like, never just show up out of the blue because it's not going to turn out well for you. I don't like it. I've never liked it. I don't like, oh, we got company. Nope. Gutters Pub said, same here. Expert doesn't show up on my notifications either. It's so weird. Yeah, it's weird. Last said, and Tweety is a mod over there, except she's not that name anymore. Oh no, what is she? Ghostery? Some shit like that. I don't know. She thinks she's got me blocked. She's got me blocked like where she can't see or hear me or whatever, but I just go incognito. I'm like, there you are, bitch. I see you. I don't know why you still mad at me. I yelled at you one time and you deserved it. And you just holding on to that shit. But whatever. And yeah, I keep seeing Dart the next day. They do that a lot with like winning streams. I see his the next day. I'm like, dude, I'm literally in the show. Like, he tagged me in it and you still won't. Like, I can't see it. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Oh my, and they didn't take you into the cult. Consider yourself lucky. That's funny. I called Aussie live this morning before he went live. She's like, okay, cool. So at least I know where to look. I know which one to look at. Yeah, It's 2024 and I live an hour away from my parents and they still pop up. Drives me insane. Like, text me, geez. Yeah, because you just want to make sure everything's where it's supposed to be. You don't want to be in the middle of a nap. You don't want to be in the middle of doing something. And I just hate that. It's like, all right, I got to pick up, like, you got to pick up the front room and shit. I know. Like, we had the parlor. Like, my girl's like, make sure everything is clean where they can see. They're not going upstairs. Just throw everything in the closet. Like, I'll clean it later. Okay, whatever. I don't know what she was worried about. Her house was immaculate. It just, I don't know. I'm doing the bills. I got to put everything away. Whatever. Outpost said winning doesn't show up on my feed either. Yeah, it's weird. Les, I wouldn't open the door. Set the boundary. Yeah, see, no, my mother will stand out there and do that annoying thing with her ring on metal where it's clink, 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 clink. And it's just because she knows it drives me crazy. I hate that sound. So she does it all the time. And my mother has a very special knock. It's shaving a haircut, 2 bits. Like, that's how I always know it's her. Because I hear the ring. It's a very distinct sound. And she does dun, 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 dun. And I know the exact length of the pause, which is not what I did right here. But like, I know how long it takes her to get to that little ending. So you can't like replicate it because she just has a certain knock. I call them before they show up. And say, thanks for letting me know. Would have been helpful with young kids for them to see if you're up for company. Yeah, I know. Because sometimes they're just not in the freaking mood. And you're like, oh, God, they're being little devils today. And you're now I will wake up at 3 a.m. and worry about them all the rest of the night. Oof, my poor heart. Wait, what? And he said, I wouldn't do that to mine, but I have really worked hard to break being a terrible in-law, older mom, grandma. Yeah, not my life family to control. That's true. That is true. And you'll wake up at 3 a.m. Yeah, I know. Outpost said, yeah, there are doors in my house that you as a guest are not allowed to open because it's where all the clutter is thrown into. Oh, absolutely. There's off-limit areas. Abso-freaking-lutely. That was one of the things I hated about like the house that my mother's looking at. There's no garage. I was like, bro, I do not want clutter in the house. We need like a big garage. And I need workspace. Like, I want to be able to work with my clay again. I want to be able to do that. I'm not going to do that in the house. I need to do that on a cement, area that I can hose down and like wash off. I'm not sitting there trying to mop inside. Get out of here. Those clay fragments and the water from it, like, it skitches everywhere. She's like, oh no, it does. It's on a spinning wheel. Of course it does. Like, are you kidding me? And I was like, we need certain kinds of like, I need things in a bathroom for Katie that aren't in an ordinary bathroom. I need handrails. The walls have to be able to hold them. I need a septic tank or a sewage system that's going to be able to hold up to a handicapped toilet with that kind of air pressure pushing the water through. I need something that's not going to back up all the fucking time. I need her to have a walk-in shower because I can't keep picking her up out of the damn bathtub. She's bigger than I can't do it. And I don't expect anybody else to do it. She'll be naked. So who's going to do it? Me? And no, I'm breaking my back. I can't do it. And I don't want her falling. I want things to be Katie accessible. And now I got to think about, I need them to be me accessible. It doesn't matter what I'm going to wind up improving to or, degenerating to. I got to deal with how I am, the condition I'm in now. I need life to be easier, not harder. And she didn't understand why I was so upset that I had all these hopes and she just demolished them all. And I was like, it's going to take me a minute to get over the disappointment. Just calm your tits and let me be mad. Let me work through it and let me convince myself that this is a good thing because I have no other alternative. Just let me warm up to it. I will find the good, damn it. And I did. And I saw potential and I ran with it. And I started but I had to change all the plans that I had in my head. But I didn't take my old plans and throw them away. I said, okay, no, we just got to, this is going to be another year before I get to that point. That's coming, but it's just going to be a longer wait. So in the meantime, let's make the best of a shitty situation. Get the fuck out of Hoboken. That's the new goal. Get the hell out. Because I just need to get down there. Once I'm down there, things can, they're going to be a lot easier. Looking for, another place to live or building something else. It's going to be a lot easier once I'm physically there. As long as I'm here and just talking about it, we're just, ruminating over it. Nothing's getting done. I need some type of forward momentum. And she doesn't get that. She doesn't get what she does to me mentally. Or maybe she does and she gets a kick out of it. I honestly don't know. But I told her, I do not want to die in this fucking apartment. And I'm gonna. I dream about sunlight and fresh air. And, I don't know, being in a room with a door that I can close and just have my isolation time for an hour or two. Have some privacy. She doesn't get how deprived I've been of things that people take for granted. Yeah, and she was just so fucking shitty about it. Oh. But we worked it out, and of course I gave in because it's what I do. Because as much as I fight with my mother, she's my mother. I only get the one. And I don't know how long she's going to be around, and I don't want us to be at odds at the end. We didn't do that well throughout all our lives. Maybe I'm trying to make the best of the end of her life. I want to make good memories with her. To try to counter all the shit that I feel about the things that she's done. And the things that she hasn't done. So as long as I get the hell out of here, that's just step number one. Just get me the hell out of this damn town. And I haven't told most of my friends yet. And I'm not going to tell them until it's set in stone because they're just going to bitch and moan and cry and yell at me for you're leaving, we'll find you another place. And I don't want to live in Jersey. I don't want to live up here. It's cold. I am cold in the winter. And for me now, winter is from October to May. I don't like being frigidly cold. It hurts. I want to be outside. I want to have a fire pit. I want to have a chicken coop. I love animals. I need animals in my life. I want to be down there. I want to, I want to be around certain people. I got to be away from here. But yeah, I don't want them to know where I'm going because I just don't want them to show up and fuck things up. Because they will. Because for some reason, all my exes think that they have some type of I don't know, weird, club stamp on their hand that they could just walk back into my life whenever they want. Be like, hey, I'm here. I don't care. Get out. They forget who they're dealing with. They idealize this weird fantasy of how I'm going to react to them. And they're like, I thought what about my demeanor and our relationship for the last 30 years leads you to believe that I am going to be happy to see you? Have I ever given you that impression? No. Then why would you imagine it was going to suddenly miraculously come to pass? Really? You're trying to manifest me being happy to see you. That shit ain't going to happen. Miracles do not happen in this day and age. Not in my life. And they sure as shit don't happen for you. So you would need the hand of God to make me want you here. And they're like, oh, you're kidding. I'm very honest with them. And they really do think oh, you're just joking. No, I'm really not. Look at my face. I literally am sitting here just like trying to repress the urge to like puncture your neck. Like, go away. Leave me alone. Do I fuck with you? No. So why do you keep coming back? Go away. Trust me, if I want you in my life, I will pursue you. Or I will at least keep you in my life. I will, I don't know, answer your phone calls. I don't do that for any of them. And yet somehow they're like, oh, I matter to her. No, you don't. You made for great stories, I can tell you that. But matter to me? Do I want bad to happen to you? No. But do I want good to happen to you? No, not so much. I just kind of, you're irrelevant and I just wish you'd go away. That's what people don't get. I don't hold ill will toward them. Even like the asshole rapist, like I don't hold any animosity or ill will toward him. I hope he has a great life, but I hope he has it far the fuck away from me. Go over there and have your good life. More power to you. Stop being a douche. Just stay away from me. And I don't know why they all think they're like, oh, she wants me. And like, no, I don't. I never gave any indication of that. That is shit you made up in your own goddamn head. Lady Awesome said, my mom says that's why she doesn't let me know. And I remember, oh yeah, my mom's the pain in the ass. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because your dad's probably like, did you call her? This probably isn't a good idea. She's like, no, it's fine. If we call, then she'll say no. So your mother, she'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission, and she probably don't even ask for forgiveness. She's just like, well, we were here. It's over now. Like, nothing you could do about it. Gotta say, we had a friend that wasn't married. He was a player. He wore a wedding ring all the time. He would hit it against stuff to make it ting. His way of letting his other buddy know, no fat shit. Bitch. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. That's funny. Girl, we always had like signals for each other. Like, yeah, some guy would walk up and I'd just, pull on my ear or like, pull my hair forward so that it like covered my shoulder or my neck. And that's how my friends knew, like, oh, she's not happy. Go, like, go get rid of that one. Just say, we gotta go. And yeah, I do bitch that they choose to live in the middle of bumfuck you too. But mine begs me to come over and it's so far. I know. But like my mother was like, I can't believe you don't want to live there. I said, bitch, you live 7 blocks from me and I haven't seen you since Christmas. Really? You're bitching at me that I don't want to live with you? Like, where have you been? It's not like you have this burning desire to spend time with me. She didn't have an answer for that. And as I knew she wouldn't. My shower in the bathroom is walk-in and has a bench. It was so helpful after the C-section with a 9-week recovery. That's what I want. And I was telling my mother and she was like, well, Fredo can build you a bench. Fredo's her husband. And I hear him and I said, what did he say? She said, oh, he said they sell them with the bench. I said, yeah, Ma, he's not building me a shower. You buy the goddamn thing, the one I want, because don't fucking pick shit out without asking me. And it just installs. The bench is part of it. She was like, oh, I thought he had like the standard, like standalone. I was like, no, that's how you fall. Like, I want the stone bench that's like built into the structure. And she was like, oh, I didn't know that. I was like, yeah, you don't know a lot. Like, me and your husband have to talk because I understand what's available out there. Apparently you friggin' don't. But yeah, there's certain things I want. She was like, and I had a feeling that she was like thinking a certain way. She was like, oh, he said he's going to build you that wraparound porch that you want. I was like, why is he building me a wraparound porch on your house? Like, what, how does that, like, it wasn't clicking at first. And then I was like, oh, she doesn't intend for me to have my own house. She wants me to forever live with her. That was not going to go. No. No. I was like, wait a minute, you had like your life, you got to move on, like, and once I was out of the house, because you threw me out of the house, but like you had your romances, you had the love in your life, you had a partner. When do I get that? Why do I have to get stuck with you? Like, you are not my partner. You are my, like, you're my enemy for most of life. Like, she is my, what do they call it? Um, oh my God, not anti here. Like, what the hell is it called? I can't remember. One of the kids in school called me that, and I said I wanted it on a plaque to put it on the front of my desk. Um, Nemesis. One of the kids and she like was talking to the principal and they were like, "Oh, you got Miss Michelle. How's Miss Michelle doing? You know, as your teacher?" He was like, "She's my nemesis." Like, and I was like, good, because this kid was bad ass. And I was like, "Oh, I'm his nemesis. I want that on a plaque. I want to put it on the front of my desk." But yeah, no, my mother has been my nemesis my entire life. She thinks she's my friend, which makes it worse. Because it's like, dude, with you as a friend, I don't need enemies. I really don't. Like, but I can't imagine living with my mother for more than like a year or even a couple months. But it's just the lack of thinking on her part. She's like, because I think she thinks I'm just gonna die. Like, oh, she'll live with us and she'll die and we'll have the kids and it'll be fine. Like, she thinks she's 81 years old, she's gonna live forever. I'm 50 and I'm about to die. Bitch, I think you're confused. Like, because I've embraced death many, many times in my life, and the bitch don't seem to take. So now I don't want it, and I'm going to fight it with everything I got. But you're taking away all my reasons for fighting. That ain't right. Like, what are you're going to give me a back room where I can go and die? No, thank you. Like, I'm not at that point. You can't cage me up. So I just got to use what I got going for me in the moment and use that stuff that she's doing to get to the next step and go from there. Because if I leave it up to her, she's just going to stick me in a back room with no windows and like wait for the smell of the decaying body to hit before like, oh, we should check on Michelle. Like, yeah, no. And it's sad to say it like that, but that's the way she approaches everything. Like, she's going to live forever and I'm going to die. And who's going to take care of my kids? Like, bitch, where am I going? Like, don't wish that shit on me. But yeah, that's the kind of shower I want. But I definitely have to have like handrails and stuff like that for Katie. To have handrails, you have to have walls that can hold them. I don't need her like falling forward, grabbing onto a handrail, and the whole goddamn wall comes down. Like, no, we're good. I need things to be a certain way. I need shit to be level. I need a way to her to get in and out of the house. Got to make sure the doorways are a certain like width so that she can get through with the walker. You know, if God forbid she ever has to get another surgery and she needs the wheelchair, I need to be able to push her through a doorway. You know, like I need a lot of things when it comes to her. And my mother was like, "Oh, I didn't think of any of that." Yeah, I'm aware because you're too busy like living in your own head in your own fantasy where you're the only thing that matters as usual. So it's just like, ugh, it's annoying. I thought I'd miss a tub, but I'm not a fan of stewing in my own mess. If I need be, I could use the kids' tub, but I like my shower. Yeah, I figure we'll have one, like they have a brand in that house, if they pick that house. It's got a brand new jacuzzi bath in one of the bathrooms. But I already told her, I said, "Oh no, see, we're getting a hot tub. Like, I need a hot tub." She's like, "A hot tub? What are you, just like my husband?" I was like, "No, my body needs a hot tub. It would be so much better for me." And I was like, "And I need like a room to put exercise equipment. I need to be able to put a trampoline, you know, because rebounding is a thing for my condition. Like, I can't do that here." And she's just not thinking of any of these things. Sheldon Cooper's mortal enemy list. Yeah, Sheldon Cooper, my mother ain't. I'm a little more like Sheldon. Yeah, I could be. Soft kitty, warm kitty. Yeah. Listen, I have quirks, okay? I have little idiosyncrasies that you're never going to see coming. And then when you're like living with me, you're like, really? All right. Like, all right. I happen to be very easy to live with. I'm very happy go lucky. I'm usually the one who just does everything. I don't ask you, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do that? Can you do that? Even my kids, they're like, oh God, you're always asking me to do something. If I ask them to do 3 things a day, 3 small things, mind you, it's a lot. That's how spoiled they are. I'm just used to just running shit. Like, why bother to ask somebody to do something when either they're going to make me wait or they're not going to do it my way, or I'm not going to like the way they do it and I'm going to wind up redoing it myself. Might as well just do it myself out the gate. Fuck it. Just get it over and done with. It takes less time. There's no aggravation and it's over and done with and off my to-do list. But fucking hell, yes, I have my eye on a Michael Phelps exercise tub. It's so nice. Nice. You got if you find like really nice ones, send them to me. Send me the links. Because I'll try to like look into that and I'll fall down a whole other rabbit hole and start looking at other things. But yeah, like I don't want to take any of my furniture with me. I want to get, better furniture. This is apartment shit furniture. This was the furniture that I bought that I wouldn't care that I was going to have a teenager jumping all over them and wrecking them. So it was like, it's not quality furniture. Like I want a nice bed. There's actually those Nectar beds that I'm looking at. Those are really nice. And they have like king size ones, but they're adjustable and they have like massage and heat and they look so good. And I'm just like, I dream about having a nice, big, comfortable, adjustable bed that I can like, just sit up if I'm like congested and I have like allergies going. I can put the head up a little bit. I don't have to try to like mess around with wedges and like piles of pillows and shit like that. Like I'm not at the point in my life where I want flash and newness and whatever. I want comfort and functionality. That's it. I just want life to get easier. So I can actually get some relief and be able to exercise in water. It's so much better. Yeah. On your joints and stuff. Absolutely. And I even told my mother, I was like, I hate to tell you, I was like, but you better like figure out, can we build a pool? Because at some point I'm going to want a pool. I don't care if it's above ground. I don't care if it's, in ground pool. I don't care. I want a pool because I live in water. If you let me, I would never get out of the pool. I would be waterlogged 24/7 because I love the water. I love the water. And she was like, yeah, she was like, I was thinking of that. She was like, because I know you. I was like, mm-hmm. My husband said I need a sauna more. And I was like, yeah, that too. I said that too. There's actually a combination sauna. There's one that does steam and it also has like the light, a certain kind of lighting that's supposed to help with my condition. And so I was like, I definitely want that. And it's not that expensive. It was like $2,000, $3,000 for like a really good one. But I mean, I want that because I need to take care of my body more. I do. But I also need the room for the equipment to take care of my body. I can't just existing isn't doing it. Stretch bands, that's not doing it. Dancing around my living room as much as I can, like in the short bursts that I can, it's not doing it. It's keeping me mobile, but it's not improving anything. I was able to basically like put a pin in like the progression, but now I need to go back and like improve things. But for that, I need help. I need room. I need equipment, and I don't have that here. I need sunlight. God damn it. I need to not be breathing the same regurgitated air. It's just recycling the air. She's like, that it's a lot of like nature down there. She's like, do you want to live in this area? I said, I want to live as far from fucking people as possible. You know what I want around me? I want like trees. I want trees around me and I want grass and I want a place to like put a chicken coop. And she was like, oh my God, my husband wants a chicken coop. I was like, I want ducks. She was like, oh my God, he wants ducks. I was like, I should have conversations with your husband because we're a lot more in line than me and you. It's terrible. Heck yeah, check out the Michael Phelps tubs. They're nice. They are wildly nice. Ooh, there's a recommendation for you. All right. Did somebody throw your link up in there? Make sure you go to Lady Awesome's page. Make sure you sub to her and check her out with her ASMR and her lightning. I love that lightning one. Hi, I'm back. Oh my God, this is a long stream. Not really. It's only 4.5 hours. Sometimes I go 6 hours or more. And I've been doing really short streams lately because I haven't had a lot to talk about. Well, all right. So it's not that I don't have a lot to talk about. It's that I've not had the energy. I really haven't. Like even like my time with Winnie, he was just like, "You're quiet. Why are you quiet? I can't like." Discord actually shuts me down and he can't hear me after a while if I'm too quiet for too long. And he was just like, yeah, I know. But it's been very painful the last week. So I give as much as I got. Damn, just saw UPS drive by without delivering my lightsaber. Aw, hope it's not held up by bad weather. I'm waiting on 2 packages that they were like on point to be delivered. Should have gotten them yesterday. And then I got the alert saying, yeah, well, due to bad weather, it's going to be a couple days. I'm like, as long as you didn't lose it. My record is a 3-hour stream. My voice hurts after that. Oh, honey, I'm a girl. I could talk forever. And I'm an only child. So talking to myself really I've been doing that since I, like broke out of the womb. Like, it's just the way it is. You're already subbed to Lady Awesome. That's great. Automatic. Yeah, baby. 12 hours with Shelly. Yeah, I've done 24 hours. I did a 36-hour stream. It's just, not on my channel. I've done so many 24-hour streams. Well, it's ridiculous. It's nothing for me to do a 24-hour stream. It bothers me because I'm the one that doesn't get to take a nap or go eat or whatever. The last time I did one was the one for friggin' Where's the Money, Gary? Asshole. But I did 22 hours of his 24-hour stream. And he was getting like aggressive, like trying to like get information out of me and like push me. And I was too tired because I'd been awake, not just that 22 hours. I was awake something like, I think it was like 36 or 37 hours straight. It might have even been more than that. And I was getting delirious. And then Winning was just like, go to bed. Go to bed. And I was like, what? And he, go to bed. I was like, fine. And everyone's like, oh my God. Like he controls her. No, he knew I was beyond my limit and I was not going to give in. And so he said, go to bed. Like that's his way of saying, bitch, you have hit the wall. Go to bed. And I could have chose to stay there. They couldn't do shit about it, but I was just like, fine, because I knew I had to go to bed. Because if he was telling me in front of everybody, then I was displaying some not great characteristics of my personality, and it was time for me to go. So yeah, like you could tell me what to do. I'm still gonna do what I want to do. I mean, but because he's winning, his words tend to have more weight with me, but in the end, it's still my decision. Hopefully you get 100 subs soon, Lady Auto. Absolutely. I need to pimp you out on Twitter a little bit and see what we do there. You should put together a bathroom break commercial promoting Winning's channel. And for others, then you can go to the restroom or get something to drink. That's a really good idea. But you realize who I have to, you say you should put together. I do not edit. I suck at that so bad. You see my little clips. I fucking hate them. I'll get Winning to do it. It's fine. Anything you guys say that's technical or like video related or anything that's even remotely like creative with technology, I'm like, I'll ask Winning because he's my go-to. He's never let me down yet, so we'll see. But yeah, he's supposed to work on the clips for my super chats and my memberships because I love my songs, but I don't like the video itself. So I want him to like work on that for me. He will. He's busy when he can put together something nice. Yeah. You know what's funny? The Joe stream that I did, I showed one of Winning's goddamn videos from his channel, and they were like, this might not get monetized when you hit whatever, because I was like, some bitch. They're like, just mute it. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Remember movie intermission commercials? Oh, Wolfkinder, you've never been to our Sunday night stream. He plays that. I don't have it on my StreamYard. It's on his StreamYard. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and get ourselves a treat. Oh, he's got the whole thing, even right down to the thing will resume in 8 minutes. And he's like, he goes back in like 8 seconds. I'm like, damn. He's like, what? It's a short 8 minutes. Mm-hmm. No, he plays that in between the documentary and the old school like movies that we watch. We do that on Rumble on Sunday nights. Oh, it's so much fun. You're in your ninth dream at that point. But yeah, we do that every Sunday night. We do the old school watch party, and that's part of it. The first time he did that, I was like, oh my God. I got all like squealy because he has the old footage and everything with the like popcorn and like, that cartoon thing. It's so cute. It's one of my favorite parts of the night. Hilarious. I sing it every time. I can't believe you mentioned that. Oh, that's so funny that you mentioned that and he does that. Yeah, it's cool. We have a lot of fun when we do our streams together. We did a stream this Saturday night together. We didn't do Sunday night because he had a lot of thunderstorms and he was like worried that everything was going to go down and he'd lose power. And he had the new, like he was setting everything up for the new kitten. And it was a lot going on. And I didn't feel good. I really didn't feel good because my mother had upset me and I was just very stressed out. And he was like, you know what? And he comes back and I was like, what'd you do? He was like, I canceled tonight's show. I was like, aw. And he was like, no. He was like, you can't. I was like, no, I really don't. I'll be useless. So it was just like, all right. He's thoughtful that way. But yeah, he took good care of me Sunday night when I completely lost it. And he was, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Because I don't usually do that. I don't usually call him and I'm like, oh my God. Like, I do that with you guys. But yeah, I was a mess. My mother really messed me up. But it's all right. He's got me. He took care of me. Like he does. But it has been 4 hours and 40 minutes and I'm starving. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. Yay! He doesn't have a stream tonight. I could take a nap. Yay! All good things. Because I only slept like 4.5 hours. It was a deep sleep though. I'll tell you that weed really like made me happy and then knocked me out. It's called gasteroids. I was like, what the hell is this? I did make a purchase though that I wasn't going to. I should say my mother made the purchase. She went and bought edibles for her husband. And she was asking me like, where to go. She wanted to get it as a surprise for him. And I was like, oh, I'll give you the best ones to get for him. I was like, and I'll even give you like the site. I'll do all the legwork. Just send me the money. I was like, but you got to send me enough for me to get them too. And she was like, okay. And I was like, they're like $70 for like one thing. I was like, but there's a lot in it. I said, your normal edibles are like 10 pieces. This is 30 full-size pieces. So, you're getting 3 times the amount for only twice the the money. So you're coming out ahead. And she was like, yeah, whatever. Just tell me how much. I was like, okay. So I ordered the Cheech and Chong edibles. And because he's, experienced with edibles and whatever. I believe they do. There's only I think there's five states that they don't deliver to, the Cheech and Chong thing. Yeah. So I got him the Space Chews. And for me, I got the Cosmic Chews. They have another ingredient in them that are supposed to take you wee. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I was like, you only live once. And I mean, I don't do it on stream. I don't do I don't smoke all day and take edibles all day. I do it at night when there's nothing else going on. So these had really good reviews. And I was like, you know what? It's not my money, so I'll try them. So I figure there's 30 in a thing. Apparently this one guy that did a review was like, I have been taking edibles my whole life. It was like, these were strong, but so good. I was like, yeah, that's what I want. Maybe I could turn 30 edibles into 60. I'll cut every one of them in half. I don't care. I'll quarter those bitches if it comes to it. I don't care. Yeah, are those really good? I don't know. I haven't tried them, but once I do try them, I'll let you know. And I plan on taking a few out of his thing anyway and try his. I already told her that. She made me get him 2 things. So I was like, all right, I'll take a couple of his. I don't care. Bitch, if you want to live with me at some point, you got to learn to share. My mother's very greedy. This is the woman who sat up in the middle of the night asleep eating a whole cheesecake because she had a dream that somebody else took a piece of her cheesecake. So she ate the whole thing in her sleep. She greedy. She just won't admit it. Anyway, that is all for today. Let's see. What do I want to leave you with? You know what? We haven't heard this one in at least a week, and I think it applies.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
I do that for Lady Awesome because she loves that one. So you guys, I hope you have a wonderful Wednesday, an awesome Thursday. Remember to check out Joe's Gifts and Go. And if you can't give, then just share it if you can and get more people out there looking at it. And do me a favor and just drop him a comment on any of his streams. Just drop him a comment and say, hey, good job. We're proud of you. Keep going. Never stop fighting. Just a little bit of encouragement, because you got to imagine how big this is for him to go up against that. So it's just whatever you could do to buck him up, then please do it, because it's hard out here. YouTube does not make it easy. They are spanking us every chance they get, and it is not the kind that I enjoy. So if you can, just give him the support. And tomorrow night, you'll have Winning Reality at 8:00 going over the CERN conspiracy. He will be blowing up that conspiracy grift forever. So that'll be fun. And I'm looking forward to that one, because that fascinates me. I know so little about it, but I know enough for me to be but not for me to look into it, because I'm that's way above my pay grade. The way he discusses it and lays it out, I get it. Science is not my strong suit. So he does it in a way that I understand it, but I will pay it a lot of attention. So if you can, just come by the stream and hang out for a while. We'd appreciate it. I'll be in chat. Wolfram will be in chat. So I will see you there, hopefully. In the meantime, have a good day, and I will see you in the funny papers. Stay safe out there, people. Mwah. Love you. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
and doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists damn right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down to Seaside Heights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be